Got a woman like you and I run for a man like me. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad to stay.
Good morning, everybody. That is an actual greeting, people. Good morning. No, I've not heard you. Good morning. Over that table where Saprosa is, good morning. Thank you very much for waving at me. Welcome to CEIL Summit 2024. We just want you to settle in and then we can begin. We are behind in time, and so we want to run a little bit faster. So I encourage all of us to settle down, and then we can kick it off. Thank you for that smile. All right, we are ready to begin, so kindly let's all be upstanding for the national anthem, together with the East African anthem as well. An innovator. And then confirm, are you? And if they are, take a selfie with them right now, and we're going to be sharing it on our socials. Quickly take out your phone and take a picture with the person who's next to you. Very nice over there. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Wakio, not everyone's taking selfies.
Hey, there are people who are very good at selfies.
Yeah. We need to see everyone taking selfies.
Fantastic. This is now a warmer morning than before. That was a little bit cold. And today we are you are blessed to have two ladies who are going to be leading you through this, the different sessions. We are going to be your hosts today. And let me start by introducing this amazing lady on my right. Her name is Rukia Jamwala. And Rukia Jamwala is a communications specialist. She is the head of partnership and resource mobilization at Swahili Pot. So give a round of applause to Rukia Jamwala.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'd like to introduce my co-MC who is on my left here. Her name is Wakio Mzenge. This is very interesting because we have a lot of academics in the room, but it's good to bring some bit of like vibrancy in the room as well, and that's what my co-MC is bringing on stage today. She's a voice stage screen actor and a theater director, and she's also a founder of Beyond the Mainstream Storytellers. So we're talking about storytelling, we're talking about acting, we're talking about theater, we're talking about entertainment and the creative economy. When we talk about innovation, a lot of times we think about tech and things out of the blues, but this is innovation in the theater space and the creative and economy space. So we hope to have the rest of you guys for the next 2 days having very interactive, fun, engaging, and very intellectual conversations. Thank you very much.
Yes. So one thing we must ask ourselves, and which we will question you when we're on the break, is why are you here? Just think about it, and during the break, I will be just popping into where you are and finding out if you know why you're here, or you're here just because somebody sent you. We are going to be curious about that. But welcome, everybody, to the CEIL Summit 2024. We are so excited to be hosting you, and we are not going to waste any more time. We're just going to get straight to the program of the day. And help me, you see, one of the objectives when I was preparing for this, and we were preparing with Rukia, one of the objectives that we came across is that this year's summit is interested to shedding light on the commercialization and entrepreneurial opportunities for institutions, industries, and also innovators. So it's befitting to start off this session with someone who is a commercialization enthusiast. Someone who you might not know, but is really a great dancer. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to invite Maureen Nyanchoka. Round of applause, please. Want to dance your way to the stage? No.
I think she should.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Don't believe her about the dancing. I don't know where she got that from. Anyway, distinguished guests, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, PS, State Department of Higher Education, Board Chair of Kenya National Innovation Agency, the Board Committee of Kenya National Innovation Agency, Vice Chancellors, CEOs, by partners and sponsors present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Good morning once again.
Good morning.
I want to thank you for coming to the CEIL Summit 2024. This is the 4th CEIL Summit, and we're delighted that you're still joining us in this journey. I want to also just share a little story, which will take about 2 minutes, about an enabler, because I believe we are all enablers, right? So in 1968, Bill Gates went to school. He was about 13 years old, and he went to Lakewood School, right? And in Lakewood School, while Bill Gates was a student there was a former worldwide Navy pilot who came to teach math and science. And Dr. Dougal was crazy or preferred experiential learning. So he petitioned the mothers at that Lakewood School to buy the computer. So of course, in 1968, there were very few schools that had computers, and it happened that Bill Gates was in that school. And it still happened that while he was in that school, there was Bill Dougal, who came from the Navy and wanted to have experiential learning and allowing or championing for a computer to be bought in that school. So of course, that of course is the reason why Microsoft exists. And in fact, in 2005, when Bill Gates was at a graduation, he said, if he had not gone to Lakewood, if Paul Dougal had not come to that school, maybe there's a high chance that there would not have been Microsoft. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage you that as you're seated here, you are enablers of innovation. You are enablers of entrepreneurship. Just like Paul Dougal did to Lakewood School, the same way Paul Dougal did to Bill Gates and his friends, you are also an enabler. So I want to officially welcome you to this summit. I want to remind you that, what are you looking forward to? In this summit, we'll talk about industry perspective on innovation and commercialization. In this summit, we'll also touch a little bit on financing and funding models, different funding models that are available. Of course, we'll also talk about policy. In fact, there's a debate on policy on who should own the greatest share. Is it the innovator or is it the institution? We'll also ask ourselves, are universities doing enough to attract private sector? So that will also be a debate. We'll also talk about alumni. Where are our alumni and what are they doing to inspire or to encourage entrepreneurship in our universities. And lastly, we'll also talk about infrastructure that is available in our context to support innovators. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to again welcome you. Feel at home. We are delighted to have you here. Thank you.
Wow, short and brief. That's how we like it, so that we can all keep time. So we're going to go straight to our very first session. And the focus of this session is basically to talk about the enablers. And you know, from the creative point, when we talk about enablers, we're just thinking of people who encourage you to do things that are not right. But today we're talking about enablers of innovation. And so to take us to the next session, where we'll be talking about the sector synergies, the private sector synergies, the bank as an enabler to entrepreneurship and job creation. And this session is going to be moderated by someone amazing that today I have learned his name actually means sweet. So we don't know how sweet he's going to lead that session. But ladies and gentlemen, help me to invite the current CEO of the Kenya National Innovation Agency, where he oversees the development and management of the National Innovation System. He's also a member of ISACA, and the Board of Trustees of Kenya National Research Fund, and a commissioner of the National Commission of Science, Technology, and Innovation. He has been involved in the technology and innovation ecosystem in Africa for the past 15 years, founding and running various entrepreneurship programs and accelerators across different sectors, including fintech and mobility. He is best placed to actually mobilize this conversation around enabling entrepreneurship and job creation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Dr. Tony Omwansa.
Our chief guest, PS Dr. Inyangala Beatrice, chair of the university committee, the chair of our NIL Council, the chair of the board of Kenya National Innovation Agency, and other board members present, many vice chancellors that I see in the room, leaders of institutions, senior faculty members, many partners that we've been working together with. Lots of colleagues in the area. I see the staff of Kenya National Innovation Agency, among others. Really great to connect and regroup again one more time as we engage more on strengthening our entrepreneur and commercialization ecosystems in our institutions and collectively as a country. I've got a short presentation to make just to set the tone of what we are up to this year. So on an annual basis, we are gathering. And what does this really mean? And where are we headed to? I hope you can see some slides up there. So I was actually looking for all the words in all the dialects and languages. I had to stop at number 3. I was looking for Karibu, Buyamono, and then from there I got lost. So let's stop right there. I welcome you to the CEIL Summit. This is why the Innovation Agency was set up, to develop and manage a national dynamic innovation system that will facilitate creating jobs and wealth. Now, to some people, it's a very straightforward mandate. To some, it's fairly complex. What I wake up to try and figure out every day is what are the components that make up that national system of innovation, and are they operating optimally? And then what about the interactions between those components? This is unlike being a CEO of the railways or Kenha, where you think about roads from point A to point B. This is a moving part, and that's why it's dynamic in nature. But the more each of the components can work optimally, the better for the national system of innovation. So then, on an annual basis, we gathered during the Kenya Innovation Week later in the year. But prior to that, we thought it was necessary to start engaging in the issues of commercialization with institutions of higher learning, in particular, research centers, and so on and so forth. And so we came up with the CEIL Summit, which is a commercialization and entrepreneurial institution. Why? It's because we felt particularly the institutions of higher learning play a crucial role in the national innovation system leadership. And if we get it right with this particular stakeholder, then you know our outcomes and outputs are going to be a lot more. So who is an entrepreneurial leader? If we talk about entrepreneurial leadership, who is an entrepreneurial leader? Now I have this question for all of you. How many of you think you are an entrepreneurial leader? Yeah. Boldly you can shoot it, huh? You don't need approval from someone else. Now, about 50% have raised up their hand. So let's define it. If you have the capacity or environment to organize groups of people to use proactive entrepreneurial behaviors, then you will be an entrepreneurial leader. But in order for you to be effective, then it means you've got to optimize risk, because risk is going to come with it, and you've got to be innovating to take advantage of those opportunities that are emerging, while taking personal responsibility as an entrepreneurial leader to ensure that you manage change to get the results that you want. Now, I like this definition. I've come across several others, but I really like this one because it comes with responsibility. You do need to tie things together to help people to exploit their entrepreneurial potential. It doesn't make you an entrepreneur, but it makes you an entrepreneurial leader. So now I have the same question for you. Ask your neighbor, are you an entrepreneurial leader? Okay. If there's one who didn't say yes, then I think we have a problem. All right, so we're all here because we're entrepreneurial leaders, and we've got a role to play in helping other people and creating the systems that enable them to exploit their potential. Now tell your neighbor, then the key most important words is empathy and anticipation. Tell your neighbor so, empathy and anticipation. So as an entrepreneurial leader, what I really expect as a keyword is that you've got to anticipate what the entrepreneur is going to go through. That student, that faculty member, that researcher, what are they going to go do? And try to anticipate that, and then empathize in order to create the kind of environment that enables that to work. So a little over 3 years ago, we started as a small team about the CEIL Summit. We met in Nairobi, a few of us, and we had a one-day engagement of what this could be. Now, this is what we call the third CEIL Summit. The first one was more like, formative. Now, this is a third real summit, and we've got a movement of determined people, focused people, programs, initiatives, and engagements. So this was some of the resolutions of last year. By the time we were there, we said we're going to build our Kenya network of entrepreneurial institution leaders, and we ensure that we put together a strategic plan, we mobilize some resources, and start working on strategic focus areas. I'm here to tell you the reason why it's green, we've achieved it, and we've achieved it well. We exist because we make commitments. Number 2 is we said we're going to scale our institutional support program, and I will elaborate what that is. We started off with 3 universities and 2 research centers. Now we're talking about 14 universities and 2 research centers, and that's significant progress. That's why it's in green. We committed to make progress on our IP policy, and Professor Ogada, who is the chair of the board, will speak to this, and we're making meaningful progress, expecting to unveil this probably at the Kenya Innovation Week this year. We committed to scale our R2C project, and I know many people in here who have benefited from the R2C project, whether you are a faculty member or as an institutional leader. We've scaled it significantly, and we'll give some details of that. Another resolution was we want to scale funding for innovation. I've put it amber because it's not where I wanted it to be. We've made some progress, but I think we have quite some ground to cover and better systems to build as well. We committed to enhance our capacity building for institutional leaders. As I speak now, we've got 14 vice chancellors participating in an entrepreneurial leadership training program, and we will give a little details in a little while. We also committed to unveil our entrepreneurial institution maturity framework as a way to measure the progress that we're making at institutional level with specific indicators, constructs, and methodologies that make it a credible and objective way of assessing our progress and making clear milestones of where we want to go as institutions. And we also committed that we will hold the CEIL Summit 2024 around this time. Let's clap for ourselves. So, a little bit about the network. It's now led by 9 vice chancellors. And I will show you. They committed that as institutional leaders who are coordinating a bigger network, we want a stronger university-led innovation ecosystem. And this is my council. I am only a secretary. And they had made some commitments, and so far, here is a scorecard. We've held 3 council meetings, we've unveiled a strategic plan for the network, and we've established a certain set of strategic priorities. To me, that's significant progress in 1 year. And so, what are some of the strategic priorities that they've championed? The network is helping to mainstream the institutional maturity framework. It's not one easy thing to do because you need to rally institutions around it. Mainstreaming innovation master plans. Now we've got 14 draft new master plans that we hope to close out in November during the Innovation Week. Piloting of the Vice Chancellor's Entrepreneur Training Program, and creating initial steps to make the network become somewhat autonomous. Currently, we are hosting it under the Innovation Agency. And finally, the Council has also endorsed the setup of a national TTO as a service to strengthen commercialization of research outputs. So with this, I'm persuaded that we're getting somewhere. On the institutional support program, we've worked supporting establishment of institutional innovation master plans. Now we work with those 14 institutions, universities, and then 2 other research centers. A lot of capacity building has gone on, policy review of our innovation policies, the innovation maturity framework, innovation funding system, and so forth. For me, that has been a major success. Now, for the institutional support program, starting off with 5 institutions, and now that's how big the list has come. Let's please appreciate why you have these 3 tables full of vice chancellors, because that's evidence of the support. We committed that we're going to support the IP policy efforts, and we ended up with a collaborative framework between Kenya National Innovation Agency, KIPI, Kenya Copyright Board, and the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, working closely with the global institution WIPO, and we expect to unveil this during Innovation Week. The R2C program has shown significant results. In fact, I was a bit surprised yesterday when I was looking at this data that now over 38 senior researchers in institutions of higher learning and research centers have gone through the program. About 18 enterprises have been created as a result, and so there is evidence of what we're trying to do. Over 78 million shillings have been raised by those enterprises on their own without relying on the support that was provided as seed. We've got these 14 vice chancellors participating in training, 96 administrators have been trained on how to support their innovation ecosystem institutions, and we're working with close to 16 institutions. For me, one of the greatest things to celebrate here is the 78 million. You know, when you raise money, then you are building an enterprise. This is what is happening with the vice chancellors. You know, somebody believes that when you are a vice chancellor, you didn't go to a school to become a vice chancellor. So there's always an opportunity to continue learning. And so this is what we've done. Working with 14 of them, we started off with a workshop in Diani, a 2-day workshop, moved on into Nairobi. We've had some immersion trips into Isipe and Kenyatta University. Then here we are. Yesterday, we spent a whole afternoon, again, engaging on issues of entrepreneurial leadership. Next month, this team is, in October rather, is heading to India to spend 3 days in an immersion workshop on what it actually means to translate many of the ideas into practice. And then we will close together at the Innovation Week. Please, let's celebrate the Vice Chancellors one more time. Now, let me tell you about the maturity framework. There was one way that we could then determine which interventions we need, and the progress that we are making was through a maturity framework. We spent a lot of time, close to 7 months, thinking through what are the key constructs that we want to measure, and how do we measure them. And in the process, we came up with this conceptual model, which looks into leadership, governance, and the financing of innovation. 2, infrastructure for innovation. 3, the human capital that we need, the policies and the strategies, the entrepreneur education, which is the teaching and learning and how entrepreneur in nature it is, as well as the global and local linkages that we build. And then we agreed that we're going to measure that institutions could be moving up that value chain from level 1 all the way to level 5. In level 1 is more of a traditional academic teaching and learning institution, and at the very end is a world-class institution. Now, more details on this is available on our website, but just to give you a sense of what we've done, is we agreed that for you to be in level 1, it means it's really basic, and we can get all the evidence of the teaching and learning, and we can get all the documentary evidence we need. And as you move up the value chain, you're becoming a great influencer of the global ecosystem. So here is what happened. We started off with the maturity framework. helped institutions to build master plans, so MPs master plans. And so they have institutional master plans that would help them move the next level. And then we conducted an evaluation which has a self-evaluation and an element of peer evaluation, and ultimately we do a Kenya validation. Our goal is that on an annual basis we do this kind of activity. And these 14 universities have participated in this exercise. And I'm here to tell you that we've got some very interesting reality. If you think we're in level 5 or level 1, this system will really help you. And we've digitized it and gradually making it as automated as we can. What we learned is that almost all the institutions that participated are between level 1 and level 3. And there is a lot of intensity in level 2. And part of why we are here is to start thinking, how do we move forward collectively? How do we get more of level 3? How do we get more of level 4? And how do we get more of level 5? And so in the future direction, we are putting together the TTO as a service at national level, and we expect to pilot it from next month and begin to scale it and support as many universities as possible. Now, we've got a number of our partners, for example, KCB, I know Stanbic, I know, I just forgot the name. I know a couple of entities who are coming in. What I expect now as we move also forward, 1 year, 2 years down the road, is to enhance our collaboration with private sector to support as much of these efforts as we can, because we know innovation scales with private sector support. Secondly, is that we're gravitating more towards outcomes and the impact. That's why this CEIL Summit is about youth, it's about jobs, and it's about wealth creation. And for those who are interested in Innovation Week, we will be meeting at the Age Convention in Nairobi between the 25th and the 27th of November. With that, I hope we will look into these issues boldly as we pursue more outcomes and impact. Thank you very much. Okay, so it's my opportunity then to invite the chair of the board of Kenya National Innovation Agency to give some remarks and give the strategic direction of all our efforts.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give another round of clap to my CEO? He has done a good job, and really thanks very much for that. Allow me this morning to start by recognizing and appreciating our guest of honor, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Nyangala, PS State Department for Higher Education and Research. Allow me also to recognize the chair of the Vice Chancellor of private universities that are here. Allow me also to recognize the chairman of the Vice Chancellor of the public universities that are also very well represented here. Allow me to recognize you, Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellors that are representing various universities here today. Allow me also to recognize the chair of the Kenya Network of Entrepreneurial Institutions. We have quite a number of speakers who have joined us here. Again, allow me also on behalf of the board to recognize them, and allow me also to recognize our partner organizations that have been supporting us in this process very actively, and to single out the British Council, because really this project is heavily supported by British Council, and really Monica is very, very passionate about this, and also all of you participants. And to say that on behalf of the board of the Kenya National Innovation Agency, allow me this morning to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all of you for creating time. And I know you are really very, very busy people, the fact that you have selected to be here for 3 days to discuss issues related to commercialization is a clear indication that you have prioritized this, and this is something that we are not taking for granted. I know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm supposed to say something briefly about the strategic direction that the organization is taking, of which you are part of, and also briefly to talk about the National Intellectual Property Policy framework that we have started to implement. But with your permission, our guest of honor this morning, and ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start with a small joke. Hello? Are you there? 2003, I established in this country the first technology transfer office and became the first technology transfer manager in this region. And the technology transfer office, I thought, did quite a lot of interesting things. Specifically 3 that I want to mention. First was that through that office we were able to develop the first intellectual property policy for a university in this region. It was the first one. 2, we managed to file the first international patent from a local university in this country, perhaps from Kenya. More importantly, and this is the 3rd one, that we were able to broker a huge consultancy services between a university and a major company in this country. 3 years down the line, and that is the joke, the technology transfer office collapsed. Hello? The technology transfer office collapsed. Of course, you can imagine how demoralized I was. But 2 things that came out, like they say, for every dark corner, there is always light. First is that I became prominent because I was preaching one gospel, and that is how not to establish a technology transfer based on experience. But more importantly, there are 2, and that is really the joke for today, that I'd never imagined in my life after the collapse of that technology transfer office, that there will come a time when vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors, and senior management of universities can spend 3 days discussing nothing but commercialization of intellectual property, for which engine is technology transfer office. But more importantly is the moral, and that is the end of the joke. How not to establish a technology transfer office. It will never succeed if the top leadership is not persuaded that it is the right thing to do in the university at that particular time. The fact that today we have 9 vice chancellors who are extremely committed to this path of commercialization, it is something worth celebrating. Allow me to request all of us to really clap for this wonderful achievement. And I want to bet, and I said this also 2 years ago, that perhaps it is only in Kenya, in this continent, that people of that high caliber, vice chancellors and deputy vice chancellors, can spend 3 days discussing about commercialization. It is not a mean achievement. Let Kenya show the direction, not only in this continent, but I'm suspecting that even in the other regions of developing countries, this is something enormous. We decided as a board when it joined almost 2.5 years ago that commercialization was going to be our priority. And we had the privileged opportunity because we came in when the previous strategic plan was coming to an end, and we needed to develop a new strategic plan, which all of you help us in terms of giving feedback, but more importantly, even during the launch that we did this year. And I want just to mention that we intentionally decided to prioritize 3 pillars that are external looking and 2 pillars that are internal looking. Pillar 1 is commercialization. And I told Tony, and I think the board is supporting us, that if we were to succeed only on that 1 pillar, commercialization, we'll be home and dry. And that is why all our energy we are going to give and direct towards commercialization. Pillar 2 talks about startup ecosystem, which I know is not very, very close to you as universities and research organizations, but yet you have a role. You have a role because you have opportunities to convert research and development outputs into companies. And I remember last year we discussed how do we ensure that you universities put in place framework that can encourage researchers that have come up with the innovative product to really commercialize them and establish companies. The third one is to do with policy and regulatory framework. That we need to have a conducive environment, policy environment that can support these activities of commercialization within our institutions. And I mentioned one of them is the framework on spin-off. But the other one, which has been evading us for a long time, is the National Intellectual Property Policy. So allow me just then to talk briefly, and this is really the last remarks from my side, about the National Intellectual Property Policy and strategy. This is something that we have already started, and we have 3 strong justifications for that. The first one, of course, is that it is a deliverable within our strategic plan. And you saw from what my CEO presented, he indicated as one of the things that he has put a tick is the initiation of the development of the strategic plan. But it is also included in the Innovation Master Plan, the 10-year Innovation Master Plan that was launched by His Excellency the President during the Kenya Innovation Week that took place last year. But more importantly, for those who are in the sector of STI, you know, Kenya as a country has been performing not very good in the Global Innovation Index. In fact, the last 3 years we have been going down. And we want to ensure that we reverse that and start going up. And one of the things that we require for this is a national intellectual property policy and strategy. The good news is that we are not starting it for the first time. 2007, Kenya developed a draft intellectual property policy and strategy, and whereas it was not adopted as a policy, but some of the very, very important recommendations that were in this strategy were actually implemented, and one of them being the creation of the Kenya Anti-Counterfeit Agency and the establishment of anti-counterfeit legislation in this country. We had a second attempt, 2012, 2018. Again, a draft was approved by stakeholders like yourself, but was never converted into a policy. But there again, some of the major recommendations, which were including establishing a national commercialization agency, was actually incorporated in the STI Act, and they became an institution. So we are very delighted. We have started this process some 6 months ago. We have put in place stakeholders to drive it, led by the Kenya National Innovation Agency, but also including the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, including Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate, Anti-Counterfeit Agency, National Research Fund, that is also here, and the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation. The process is continuing. We are almost finalizing with the situation analysis. We are very delighted that most of the officials from your universities have positively responded to questionnaires. Very, very useful data have been obtained from you, and that has influenced the situation analysis report. And we'll be having stakeholders validation workshop in September. And with this, we should be able, this time round, we totally believe that we are going to have a national intellectual property policy and a strategy. And with those, again, very, very many remarks, I hope that you are motivated just then to really understand that when we see you here, senior management of universities and research institutions discussing matters to do with commercialization, we feel very, very motivated. And I want to finish by saying that today I'm the happiest young man in East and Central Africa. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause once again to Professor. Thank you. I would like to call upon the second speaker on stage, and this is to talk about basically the power of institutional niche. I know we have a number of institutions in the room, so it's very important for us to understand what does it mean to have the power of an institutional niche and how this contributes to innovation and entrepreneurial spirit within the innovation ecosystem. So the next speaker on stage, please allow me to give a round of applause to him. This is Reverend Professor Stephen Gary Mbugua, who is the chairman of Vice Chancellor's Committee of the Private University and also serves as the Vice Chancellor of Catholic University.
Professor.
Sorry, do we have Professor Stephen in the room? Okay, I think he stepped out, so I'm just going to call the next speaker on stage. So, we talked about entrepreneurship and innovation, and all the last three speakers have really emphasized on this bit. So it's very important for us to look at why an entrepreneurial university. The traditional way of how we used to going through the education system is you go through an education system, you get a degree, you get a master's degree, you get in the job market, and we want to get jobs, right? But we all understand that the ecosystem right now is not ready to absorb all the thousands of young people that are channeled out in the industry. So the next question is, why an entrepreneurial university? Why have this? And I'd like to call upon the next speaker on stage. Allow me to introduce Professor Daniel Mugendi Njiru, the Chairman of Vice Chancellor's Committee of Public Universities and also serves as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Embu. A round of applause to Professor Daniel Mugendi. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Our Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangara, the CEO, Kenya National Innovation Agency, Dr. Tommy Omwansa, the Chairman, Kenya Innovation Agency, Professor Tom Oganda, Vice Chancellors present, distinguished guests, conference organizers, participants, and presenters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to thank the conference organizers for giving me this opportunity to make some remarks on behalf of the Vice Chancellor's Committee and the entire university of, and the entire community of scholars and researchers in our public universities. We are proud to be associated with the Kenya National Innovation Agency and the 4th Commercialization and Entrepreneur Institution Summit, whose theme is Youth, Jobs, and Wealth Creation through Innovation and Entrepreneurship. The conference has come at a time when there is a global inclination towards embracing innovation and entrepreneurship as critical tools for jobs and wealth creation. The theme of the conference is therefore a call for action by all stakeholders to promote innovation and entrepreneurship as our solution to the high rate of youth unemployment. Over the years, the core mandates of universities have been centered around 3 pillars: teaching, research, and community service. However, in recent times, there has been a paradigm shift to make the universities more responsive to the needs of society and be agents of innovation and entrepreneurship for job creation, wealth generation, and economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend Kenya National Innovation Agency and other actors who through various programs have continued to empower university leaders and researchers to navigate the complex journey from research to commercialization. For example, the training of trainers programs, facilitating the development of entrepreneurship and commercialization master plans for universities, specialized training for vice chancellors, among other programs by Kenya. This multifaceted approach ensures that leaders at all levels have the knowledge and skills necessary to drive research to commercialization through promotion of entrepreneurship. Why an entrepreneur university? Entrepreneur universities are becoming increasingly relevant in today's higher education landscape. An entrepreneur university is one that integrates entrepreneurship into its core activities, encouraging not just academic excellence, but also the application of knowledge to real-world challenges. In this regard, entrepreneurship is not merely a subject to be taught, but a culture that needs to be to permeate every aspect of our institutions. The importance of fostering entrepreneurship in universities cannot be overstated. Entrepreneurship encourages creative thinking and problem-solving skills among students and faculty, while the culture of creativity equips students, faculty, and researchers with ideas on how to tackle the problems facing society. They then work to find solutions. Entrepreneur universities drive economic growth by generating new business ventures and startups. These institutions contribute to regional and national economic growth. The impact of these institutions extends beyond their campuses, stirring economic activity in their surrounding communities and even on a global scale. Looking at successful case studies, we have institutions like Stanford University with its pivotal role in the Silicon Valley's tech ecosystem, and MIT, known for its extensive entrepreneur programs. These provide powerful examples of what entrepreneur universities can achieve. Closer home, the University of Cape Town has successfully integrated entrepreneurship into its academic programs and community engagement, demonstrating the potential for African universities to lead in this area. Globally, a strong emphasis on entrepreneurship, commercialization, and translating research outcomes into impactful solutions for society's challenges is taking root in the higher education sector, and we in Kenya cannot afford to be left behind. To address this, we have adopted the following measures in our universities. 1, thinking beyond publications. While academic publishing remains important, universities continue to encourage researchers to consider the potential commercial applications of their work by coming up with products and services that can be commercialized. This means fostering an environment that values innovation and entrepreneurship alongside traditional research goals. We are focused on capacity building and training researchers to identify market needs and develop research with a commercialization lens, ensuring their discoveries have the potential to make real-world impact beyond academic journals. 2, student mentorship. Universities have leveraged on the postgraduate student body, where a significant portion of startups originate, by establishing mentorship programs that connect experienced researchers with postgraduate students who are actively involved in research. The mentors then guide students through the commercialization process, from identifying a market niche to navigating intellectual property issues. This is meant to empower students and also ensure a continuous stream of entrepreneur talent focused on turning research into marketable products and services. 3, embracing a growth mindset. To foster commercialization, universities are encouraging a shift towards growth mindset. This mindset encourages adaptability, embraces challenges as opportunities for learning, and accelerates innovation. By encouraging researchers and students to constantly learn, experiment, and adapt, universities are now creating the necessary environment for new ideas and ventures to flourish. With the help of Kenya, we shall soon start seeing the fruits of our efforts. 4, establishing technology transfer offices. Building a robust innovation and commercialization ecosystem requires that not only the right mindset, but also the necessary resources be put in place. Most universities have now established dedicated technology transfer offices and business incubators. These centers are helping researchers to secure funding, navigate intellectual property rights, and connect with potential investors. The key components of entrepreneur university therefore include: 1, leadership commitment, curriculum development, and investment in infrastructure and resources. We must be fully committed to embedding entrepreneurship into our institutional cultures, ensuring that it becomes a core element of the university's mission. 2, the development of a curriculum that incorporates entrepreneurship education and practical experiences across all disciplines will prepare students to be innovators and leaders in their fields. 3, investing the necessary infrastructure and resources, such as state-of-the-art facilities, mentorship programs, and access to funding will be essential to supporting entrepreneurial activities in our campuses. The future of Kenya rests on the shoulders of our youth. By harnessing their innovative spirit and their entrepreneurial drive, we can build a nation brimming with opportunity and prosperity. Let us work together, share knowledge, and empower our youth to become the architects of their success and the driving force towards a prosperous nation. On behalf of my fellow Vice Chancellors, I want to assure you that our universities are fully committed to creating an enabling environment for innovators and entrepreneurs to grow and thrive. Our hope is ultimately to have a bigger impact in the job market in terms of jobs creation and wealth generation, thereby increasing job creators and reducing job seekers. In conclusion, adopting an entrepreneurial approach in our day-to-day operations has the potential to transform not only students, but also entire institutions and communities. I urge all of us to embrace and integrate entrepreneurship as key component of our mission and vision. By so doing, we'll ensure that our institutions remain competitive, relevant, and capable of making lasting and meaningful impact in society. I look forward to a fruitful engagement in this year's CEIL Summit. Let us keep the momentum that Kenya has initiated towards the creation of an innovation and entrepreneur awakening in Kenya. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause once again to Professor Daniel Mugendi. So before I call the next speaker on stage, he's talked about something very important, that entrepreneurship is a culture. It's not one of those things that you just wake up one morning and you want to do. It is a culture that has to be nurtured through our institution. And for us to be able to incorporate research, it is very important that even with the innovative ideas that more young people and innovators come up with, it is something that is actually responding to the demand that is in the market. And that's where research comes in play to make sure that the innovation that is brought about by a lot of these young people that are being nurtured through the institution are actually solving the existing problems or challenges that our society, our countries, or the globe is actually facing right now. Thank you very much, Professor Daniel. And to take you back to the program, I would like to call upon the next speaker who is going to talk about the strategic direction of the Kenya Network of Entrepreneurial Institution Leaders, and that is none other than Professor Laban Ayiro, the Deputy Chairman of the CEIL Council. Thank you very much, and a round of applause to Professor Laban.
Thank you very much, the event mover, our PS for Higher Education, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, the chair of Kenya, Professor Ogada, the CEO, Tony Omwansa, the CEO of Kenya, the vice chancellors and deputy vice chancellors and the working group committees, our development partners present here today, and other distinguished guests. I don't know why we always mention the Fourth Estate last, but it's because we want them to write this story the way we started it. So, members of the Fourth Estate, really it's a pleasure for me to stand in for my chair, the VC of University of Nairobi, Professor Kiama, and make some few observations. But before that, I would like to invite, I have 10 minutes, so it's a lot of time. I'd like to invite the council members of CEIL. Please come in front here, face the audience, and just say your name and your university. The council members who are present here. I don't know whether there's a mic running around or there isn't. Wow. Okay, we can borrow your mic. I want to ask, so let's just have your name and the university you represent. Can't hear you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
All protocols observed, our peers, karibu sana. My name is Professor Penina Alo Obudo. I am the Vice Chancellor of Masai Mara University, NEIL Council member. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Professor Mary Kinoti, representing University of Nairobi. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Samuel Gudu, Vice Chancellor, Rongo University, and a member of the NEIL Council.
Good morning, gentle ladies and men. My name is Emilia Chieng Akuno, Vice Chancellor, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, a member of the Council. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Isaac Kibwage, Vice Chancellor, Egerton University.
Our peers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Professor Eric Koech, University of Kabianga, Vice Chancellor, member of NEIL.
Madam PS, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Professor Robert Kateru, Vice Chancellor, Riara University, and a member of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council members, you may be seated. I think this council will be incomplete without asking Monica just to stand. She's been part of this effort right from the first meeting we had. Let's cheer up because she has been at the forefront of looking for the initial resources with our CEO. So we are deeply grateful for their support. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to talk about strategy. You can't talk about strategy in 10 minutes. But I just want to mention that NEIL, and that is the Kenya Network for Entrepreneurial Institutions, is an entity that is evolving to actually address one of the most serious problems we have in this country, and that is youth unemployment. And under the auspices of Kenya, we have done what the CEO elaborated. With regard to NEIL, we have a strategy in place. We have institutional frameworks for evaluating the maturity level in place. And now we are going through training for the last 6 months as the vice chancellors are present here today. Maybe the other vice chancellors who are in this 14 group of NEIL, please stand up for recognition. The other vice chancellors, Meru, Embu. Can somebody run the mic here, please? It's important because that's the genesis of where we are going. Mics seem to be very limited. I'm sure you, okay, let's start there. Otherwise, some of us will go home wondering, what is this NEIL? What is this commercialization all about? Sorry about that.
I think I've already talked. Daniel Mugendi is my name, Vice Chancellor, University of Embu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is now the 14 cohort, outside the council plus these other universities. Go ahead.
Professor Douglas Shitanda, Vice Chancellor, Southeastern Kenya University.
Thank you very much, Prof.
My name is Professor Odhiambo, the Vice Chancellor, Meru University of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Isaiah, I'm the Vice Chancellor, KCA University.
Thank you very much. Madam PS, sorry.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Joseph Rotich, the Vice Chancellor, Laikipia University, the only university with a tropical forest.
Good morning, PS and all of us. Professor Isaac Sanga-Koske, the Vice Chancellor of Moi University.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. When I heard our chair of the public universities mention Harvard, mention South Africa, I was a little startled because our own Moi University has a huge industry at Rivertex. And we have been running that. I'm a professor of Moi, so when I retire from this, I'll go back home. Maybe, Professor Kosgei, you might take opportunity to just let people know, even a small video, on what we have done, creating employment for cotton farmers and also employment. The commitment we have as NEIL, and this is just a network of universities. That's all. We are committed to innovation and commercialization and entrepreneurship in our universities. And tomorrow there'll be demonstrations of what people are doing from different places. I think one of us, Professor Gudu, again from Moi University, is a renowned scientist. And yesterday he was saying one of the most difficult things is you get an innovation, but to move it to the next level of commercialization is the biggest challenge. And Professor Good, you can imagine what you did, apart from bringing the money to the university. Imagine if you had commercialized. You'd be having a private jet of your own today. So that's the challenge. The second strategic thrust for us is networking opportunities. That's why we would like to engage with industry, engage with other organizations, engage with the public service. Madam PS, I see many adverts in the papers, and sometimes I wonder, why don't you pick the niches in the various universities? If it is communication, DASTA is known for communication. If it is agriculture, it's Egerton, and so on and so forth, so that certain consultancies and assignments coming from our government should actually be tasked with the universities. And I saw us do that again at Moi University when we had the digital literacy program in primary schools. That will help increase the linkages between us and the industry. Capacity building, we are very clear as a strategic theme that we need to build capacity around the area of entrepreneurship, around the area of patents, around the area of marketing our products, that is commercialization. So that is one of our serious intent as NEIL. We also want to give mentorship support for other universities I didn't see the Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi present. I think he's out, but he's a member of the council. And amazing things are going on at Dedan Kimathi in terms of technology and innovations. And we would like, our platform intends to make sure that we are coordinating, we are relating, we are being mentored by those who are specialists in the various sectors from our universities. And then lastly, involvement in policy formulation. I know the STI Act is in operation, but if we want to reconfigure it, NEED will be available for that type of interaction. Guest of honor, I think the starting point for us universities in Kenya is to be intra and engage in intrapreneurship before we even think of going out there, because if we don't practice intrapreneurship within our universities, it will be very hard to engage in the bigger entrepreneurship moving forward. And you'll forgive me as I conclude, I come from a Christian-centered university. Daystar, we pray about 10 times every day because everything starts with prayer. So I just want to say this. There is an honest cry in this country, a very honest cry from the young people. Many of us sitting in this room when we graduated at Kenyatta University, we got letters. Actually, the Teacher Service Commission was posting letters. And people were all absorbed, and we began our lives. We have climbed the first mountain, now we are climbing the second mountain. But they are honest cries. So we are asking as universities, how do we respond? It is not the government, it is not His Excellency alone. How do we respond to the cries of the young people in terms of jobs? So I therefore go to Psalms 18:6. This is David. But in my distress, I cried out to the Lord. Yes, I prayed to my God for help. He heard me from his sanctuary. My cry to him reached his ears. I think Kenya is crying. I am privileged where I am, or where all of us are. But you know, I cannot employ my son in Daystar. So somebody has got to be creating some job for my son. I'm saying something very loaded. And that's why we must see this crisis. In other words, even when you are a vice chancellor like me, one of my children is not employed. And it is a cry we must all carry as a nation. Our young people are disillusioned. They are frustrated. And so, this initiative is not about just the niceties, talking complicated things about innovation, entrepreneurship, and commercial. It's about seriously asking universities, what role are you playing in youth and employment creation? And it can be a very small role. 2 years ago, I started a poultry unit in Daystar, and people thought I was extremely backward because Daystar is an elitist university, and they don't expect us to grow cabbage, to keep poultry or to keep goats. So when I came in, they said, this man, we are not surprised. He came from upcountry. So I started the poultry unit, and I bought the first 30 goats because Daystar has 300 acres. Imagine 300 acres for the last 30 years, not producing anything other than students going into the lecture halls, learning and going away. So I bought 30 goats, and I'm not exaggerating, we can go there. Today I have over 200 goats, and I'm doing nothing about it. There's just grass they're eating. But 200 goats during this Christmas, we are selling them at 10,000 each. Those goats have employed 2 young people. They are, of course, goats and animals. I started with 5 animals, now I have 20. We are doing something. The poultry unit, we started with about 500 broilers. Now we have about 3,000 broilers and layers. And Daystar now produces on a daily basis about 30 trays of eggs. Sounds small, but 30 times 30, a tray is 30. Those are 900 eggs. Those are 900 eggs. And I've employed now the agriculture lecturer and the young men who are working on the farm. I've given employment for 10 of them. Suppose I double the poultry unit so that I'm going to have 5,000 birds. I can employ 20, 30 young people in our small spaces. Let us, as universities, cease to be elitist and go to the fundamentals and produce something or engage the young people. And we'll also be looking at high-level innovations. As a university, these are the brains the country holds. But let us start with fundamentals within our universities. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause to him once again. Thank you. Allow me to acknowledge the 2 PS in the room, Dr. Beatrice Muganda, the PS State Department for Higher Education and Research, and the PS for State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Honorable Ismail Maalim. Thank you very much, and welcome to the CEIL Summit 2024. So earlier we were supposed to have Professor Stephen Gary, who was not in the room. I hope he's back. I would like to call him back on stage to talk about the power of institutional niche before we move ahead with today's program. Professor Stephen, are you back in the room? Okay, thank you very much. Now we head to the private sector synergies. It's very important when you talk about academia and innovation and entrepreneurship, it's very important to have the private sector that is cooperated in these discussions. Because it's one thing to have policies and young people nurtured into the space, but it is another thing to actually understand how the private sector works and how the research and innovation bit can actually be merged and synergized to be able to create abundance in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship space in our ecosystem. I'd like to call upon the next speaker, who is going to talk about banks as an enabler for entrepreneurship and job creation. That is none other than Rosalind Gishuru, from Kenya Commercial Bank Group and the Director of Marketing and Communication.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rosalind.
As she comes on stage, a round of applause once again. We have very powerful women today who are actually taking the stage. A round of applause once again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that introduction. My name is Rosalind Gishuru, Group Director for Marketing and Communications at KCB. I am also privileged to be a trustee on the KCB Foundation, and I'll speak a bit about what it is that we do in reference to the conversation that we're having here today. I want to firstly acknowledge Dr. Beatrice Muganda Imanyala. I want to acknowledge the PS Ismail, who's just walked in. I also want to acknowledge the CEO, Dr. Tony Omwanza, Kenya. Thank you for having us. The board led by the chair, Professor Tom Ogada, fellow board members who are present, learned friends, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning once again. It gives me great pleasure to join you here today at the 4th 2024 Commercialization and Entrepreneurial Institution Leaders Summit, whose theme, Youth, Jobs, and Wealth Creation through Innovation and Entrepreneurship, is one that is very timely. And it is one that we must discuss today more than ever. A little bit about KCB, a bank that you all probably know, a bank that we're probably working together with a number of the institutions that I heard here today, is an institution where this year, this November, we celebrate 128 years of existence. So this is a generational bank, a bank that has been with men and women, young and old, businesses through the good times, through the bad times. We have always been there for people. And at the center of our DNA is people. But as we look to the future, we're looking to the future with fresh ideas, new ways of collaboration, new ways of working together, because we need to take our institutions forward in a way that is relevant to the problems of today, or the challenges, and I also like to look at them as opportunities. Being a sustainable bank and business, we are strongly focused on 14 SDGs. So sustainability and the ESG framework that we have built into the organization is something that we are deeply committed to. So with that said, a number of the speakers that have spoken before me have referenced the statistics that we are seeing around unemployment, around the number of young people coming into the workforce and not able to get traditional jobs as we know them today. So what becomes the way forward? Entrepreneurship. So one of the things that we are committed to, and I think there was a question asked earlier, who considers themselves an entrepreneur? At KCB, we consider ourselves intrapreneurs. We must have an entrepreneurial mindset because that is the only way that we can come to the future with fresh new ways of looking at things and collaborating differently with different partners from all walks of life. So looking at the statistics, which you know, my learned friends, better than me, I think one of the most viable avenues for progress is embracing and promoting entrepreneurship. And this means that we need to shift the youth's efforts from seeking jobs in a traditional sense to creating marketable opportunities for themselves, opportunities that can be commercialized, as was reiterated by one of the previous speakers. And at the heart of entrepreneurship is innovation. In a world that is rapidly changing, innovation is what will allow businesses to adapt, to grow, and to thrive. Whether this is through the development of new, novel products, useful products, the adoption of cutting-edge technologies, the creation of disruptive business models, or even solutions to simple everyday problems that are around us, innovation is what will allow businesses to thrive through creative solutions and the application of creativity. Researchers have found that exposure to innovation has a significant effect, not just on the kinds of innovations our young men and women pursue, but also on their likelihood to become innovators. So there is power in exposure. And this is particularly important if we are to attain SDG number 4 that talks about quality education and SDG number 8 that talks about decent work and economic growth. There needs to be an intersection that reimagines new approaches. So having said this, innovation does not happen in isolation. It is fueled by collaboration, by sharing of ideas, and a willingness to challenge the status quo. So this summit is a perfect example of how we can bring diverse perspectives, how we can create new ideas, new ways of thinking to take advantage of the many untapped opportunities around that. And it is on that basis that I really do wish to thank and to recognize the efforts of Kenya in spearheading the spirit of ingenuity, all geared towards making our nation, Kenya, fulfill its God-given mandate and destiny. So ladies and gentlemen, as businesses seek to innovate, expand, and create employment opportunities for others, the role of banks as enablers of entrepreneurship has never been more critical than it is today. Allow me to speak on some of the interventions by financial institutions to support the growth of entrepreneurship. Firstly, and I think the most basic one, is access to capital. Capital, we all know, is the lifeblood of entrepreneurship. It represents one of the most significant ways banks can enable entrepreneurship through the provision of traditional, instruments such as loans, credit lines, or more innovative financing options. Access to capital allows entrepreneurs to invest in essential resources such as the equipment that they need, inventory, the working capital that you need, human capital, enabling them therefore to launch and scale their businesses. So by offering tailored financial products, banks help entrepreneurs at various stages of their journey, from seed funding all the way through to expansion. Secondly, risk management and financial guidance. We all know that entrepreneurship involves risk, and navigating this risk requires financial expertise or advisory. Banks provide entrepreneurs with tools and advice needed to manage financial risks effectively. Through services like cash management, insurance, financial planning, banks help businesses safeguard their assets and ensure long-term sustainability. Additionally, banks offer non-financial benefits, providing entrepreneurs with capacity-building platforms to help with basic financial practices, such as bookkeeping, understanding financial statements, optimizing your cash flow, and making informed investment decisions. This support is crucial for entrepreneurs who may not have extensive financial backgrounds, but need to make strategic decisions that will impact their businesses. Thirdly, supporting innovation and growth. Banks are instrumental in fostering innovation by financing research and development or partnering with organizations such as yourselves to give us those insights that can help us bring to market the right solutions. This research also helps in supporting technology adoption, investing in innovating business models. By funding innovative projects, banks help entrepreneurs bring new products and services to market, driving economic growth and job creation. Fourthly, promoting financial inclusion. Banks contribute to entrepreneurship and job creation by promoting financial inclusion. In many parts of the world, access to financial services is limited for certain groups. Groups like women, groups like young people, those in rural communities, persons able differently. So by expanding our reach and offering inclusive products, we are able to empower a more diverse range of entrepreneurs, encouraging them to start and scale their businesses. A good example of that would be the mobile banking and digital financial solutions. This is a way that banks are able to reach an underserved population. Today, KCB talks about banking 38 million customers. But that in the sense of traditional banking, it's probably only about 5 million that we bank. The rest we bank through financial solutions. So we do need these innovations, these cutting-edge technologies that will help us to serve those who cannot otherwise access traditional banking solutions as we know them. And finally, facilitating job creation. By providing the necessary financial support to businesses, banks are able to hire employees, expand operations, contribute to the local and national economy. SMEs are a major job creator, and their success is often tied to their financial backing that they receive from banks. So building synergies with the private sector is crucial. The relationship between banks and entrepreneurs is one that has mutual benefit. And this synergy is enhanced through partnerships where banks work closely with industry associations, government agencies, international organizations to create an environment that is conducive to entrepreneurship. Such collaborations can lead to the development of innovative financial products, the establishment of entrepreneurship centers, and the promotion of best practices in business management. At KCB, one of our flagship enterprise development programs is Tujiajiri. It is focused on giving young people dignified livelihoods through enterprise development. And this is done through 4 key stages. Number 1, capacity building. Number 2, business incubation. Number 3, market linkage. And number 4, access to credit. On capacity building, we have partnered with 190 TVETs across the country and 67 private institutions to provide capacity building across 8 key sectors: agribusiness, hospitality, automotive, manufacturing, construction, ICT, creatives, and beauty and personal care. We enable the youth to access market-relevant vocational skills, soft skills, and entrepreneurial skills for a period of about 6 months. Once you're certified, KCB then enrolls you on a journey of business development. And this is what we call business incubation. So we work with you to ensure that you curate your business ideas, you develop business plans, we help you register your businesses, we help you understand basic bookkeeping, financial management, marketing of the products, and above all, strategy execution. Once this period comes to an end, we don't stop there. We provide platforms for market linkage. This includes networking platforms, enabling the young entrepreneurs to interact and engage with other business leaders, opening market for their products. The market linkage strategies vary by segment. For example, on the SME side, we do have SME platforms. We do help with the use of social platforms to market your business. And in this intervention, we also provide startup toolkits to accelerate transition to work. So not only do we give you the skills through the capacity building, we take you through the business incubation, and for certain sectors that I mentioned, we even give you a toolkit that can allow you to immediately start and begin to commercialize your business. Our final intervention speaks to the credit that positions these businesses for sustainable growth. Through the Tujiajiri loan product, we have dispersed 267 million in loans to these businesses. This product is also accessed at a lower rate than the market rate, about 5% less than what the market would expect you to pay. For those who want more information on Tujiajiri, please go to our website, visit our 209 branches across the country. And important to note, our scholarship enrollment happens 2 to 3 times a year, January, March, or May, and finally in September. That is one way that we play our role at KCB. The second way we play a role at KCB is through our Women in Business proposition. We call it FLAME, F-L-M-E, Female-Led and Made Enterprises. We began this journey in 2016, where we firstly tried to go back through research to understand what are the inhibitions that women go through as they are starting a business. And we spent a lot of time rewiring the entire business. Number one, from even the biases that women were facing when they come into a branch and they say that they want a loan to scale their business. We had to deal with biases from that level. Today, we are banking 700,000 women in business. We have set aside a fund of 250 billion, and to date, we have dispersed 128 billion to women in business. And we don't just focus on the transactional nature of banking. We have a very robust non-financial aspect to the overall proposition that includes capacity building, workshops, engagements, networking, and we are continuously evolving the things that we bring to women. Last year, we went to about 16 different counties. This year, we have gone to about 20 different counties. And we are able today to say that when women say there is no access to capital, I say come to KCB. So these are but a few ways that we are playing our role, and we have a lot more that we are working on. Firstly, we are looking at the youth as a segment that we need to rethink. And today we are focusing on gathering a lot of insights on how do we effectively bank youth across 4 different age categories: 0 to 12, 13 to 17, 18 to 24, and 24 to 35. We have recognized that at each stage, there are different solutions that we must bring to the table as KCB. And beyond banking, there are different ways that we must collaborate with different stakeholders that are serving these particular age groups. We are also refining our learning institution proposition. I know that we do bank a number of you, but we are reviewing how do we come to market in a more, holistic way beyond banking. So I would like to offer to be the bridge between you and KCB, where we can come together as cross-functional members of the bank to bring you more holistic solutions that can help us solve the problem of youth, job creation, and wealth creation. So I want to take this opportunity to truly thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank the organizers, and I want to thank each and every one of you for listening to me. And I want to say God bless you, and thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rosalind Gishuru. Appreciate you. And KCB is also one of the sponsors for this event. We really want to appreciate all the partners, including the UK government, RISA, Victoria Ventures, British Council, Ajira, and many more that we will be recognizing as we go along. courses that they're offering, including drama therapy for a master's degree, and also one of the active universities in the film and theater industry as well. Moi University, we recognize you for the work that you're doing with the creative sector as well. And so the question now begins, as Professor Laban said earlier on, is how do we link those ideas and make them and commercialize them? And one of the people that is going to be taking us through that conversation to help us to blur that line between business and education is a very insightful professor. He is the Pro Vice Chancellor of Business and Entrepreneurship at the University of Suffolk, and the executive lead for driving business engagement across the institution and region, and leading the development of enterprise and entrepreneurship. He's very passionate about blurring the boundaries between education and business. You might call him Professor Guprit Jagpal. I'll call him Professor Goops. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction and those kind words. Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, good morning. Oh, we can do a little bit better than that. Come on, good morning. Excellent, great. Thank you very much for having me here today, and it's great to be part of the CEIL Summit once again. And I hope in the next kind of 20, 30 minutes, just to be able to take you through a topic that I'm particularly passionate about. It's been a focus of my career for the last 20 plus years, and that is about how you build world-class entrepreneurial universities. So without further ado, this is actually my university. This was on a day where it wasn't raining in the UK. So if you ever are fortunate enough to come to the UK, please do come and pay a visit to the University of Suffolk. I'm going to start off with a bit of a definition about what we mean by the word entrepreneurial university. We'll then look at some of the key characteristics that define such an institution. I'll then outline some strategies for developing an entrepreneurial university, and as part of that, address some of the common challenges and solutions, and then we'll look at a few examples of successful entrepreneurial universities from around the globe. So when we define an entrepreneurial university, for me, that is a university that goes beyond the traditional role of education and research, but actually actively engages and integrates entrepreneurship into its core functions of teaching, of research, and of community outreach. So for me, an entrepreneurial university is a university that fosters an environment where innovation, business creation, and the commercialization of research are not just encouraged, but they are integral parts of the institutional's DNA. An entrepreneurial university is somewhere where we instill an entrepreneurial mindset. An entrepreneurial mindset in all of our students, in all of our faculty, in all of our staff, and this means thinking creatively, embracing risk, and seeking out opportunities for innovation. Whether it's in a laboratory, a classroom, or a partnership with an external stakeholder, the entrepreneurial spirit should permeate at all levels of our institution. For instance, we want to create programs that encourage our students to engage in real-world problem solving. We want to encourage our students to start their own ventures. As universities, we may offer incubators and accelerators that provide not just physical space, but also mentorship and access to funding networks, further integrating the startup ecosystem. For me, entrepreneurial universities act as hubs that connect academia with business and the needs of society. They actively seek partnerships with industries, with local governments and non-profits, allowing the university to co-create solutions to real-world pressing challenges. And in return, all of your external partners gain access to cutting-edge research and a talent pool of innovators. Lastly, an entrepreneurial university provides the necessary support mechanisms for startups and spin-offs, whether they are initiated by students, faculty, or external partners. This can take the form of venture labs, innovation hubs, mentor programs, or seed funding, all designed to guide ideas from conception through to commercial success. The institution itself becomes a launchpad for future entrepreneurs. So what are some of the key characteristics of an entrepreneurial university? A culture of innovation. An entrepreneurial university is one that promotes a culture of innovation at every level. This means encouraging your students, faculty, and staff to think outside the box, embrace risk, and view failure as a stepping stone to success. Rather than focusing on theoretical knowledge solely, the university fosters an atmosphere where creativity and experimentation are celebrated. This environment not only motivates individuals to challenge traditional ways of thinking, but also empowers them to turn ideas into tangible solutions, startups, or new ventures. Curriculum and learning. In an entrepreneurial university, entrepreneurship is woven into the fabric of the curriculum across all disciplines, not just in business schools. And the vice chancellors I was with yesterday will know I'm really passionate about ensuring entrepreneurship is interdisciplinary. It's not confined to one school, to one discipline, but permeates across a university. For example, engineering students may take entrepreneurship courses alongside their technical studies, learning how to turn their inventions into marketable products. Similarly, arts and humanities students can explore ways to translate their creative talents into entrepreneurial ventures. The curriculum of entrepreneurial universities is designed to provide experiential learning opportunities, whether through internships, collaborative projects with businesses, or real-world case studies, allowing students to gain hands-on experience in entrepreneurship. Thirdly, research and development. One of the key pillars of an entrepreneurial university is its emphasis on applied research that has commercial potential. This includes not just conducting research for the sake of knowledge, but intentionally pursuing projects that can be developed into products, services, or technologies that solve real-world problems. Collaborations with industry are crucial in this regard. Universities often establish partnerships with businesses, government, projects. These collaborations lead to mutually beneficial exchange of expertise, academic researchers providing cutting-edge insights, while industry partners help in the commercialization of those ideas. This bridge between academia and industry transforms the university into a driver of innovation and economic growth. We've heard quite a bit around infrastructure and resources. An entrepreneurial university provides the infrastructure necessary for nurturing innovation. This includes incubators, accelerators, co-working spaces where startups can thrive. These resources are more than just physical spaces. They offer access to a network of mentors, investors, venture capital, and experts who can provide guidance and support at critical stages of business development. Beyond space, universities often help secure funding and investment opportunities through connections to venture capital, angel investments, or even their own internal seed funds. The goal is to equip entrepreneurs with everything they need to turn ideas into viable ventures, from the initial brainstorming to scaling up operations. And finally, community engagement. An entrepreneurial university doesn't operate in isolation. It is deeply embedded within its local community. By maintaining strong relationships with local businesses and community organizations, the university can identify real-world challenges and offer innovative solutions through its academic and research expertise. Outreach programs such as entrepreneurship boot camps, mentoring for local startups, or consultancy services allow the university to serve as a catalyst for local economic development. So what are some of the strategies for developing an entrepreneurial university? And we've heard about leadership and vision today, as we did yesterday with the Vice Chancellors. To become an entrepreneurial university, there needs to be a strong commitment from university leadership in driving the entrepreneurial agenda. This starts with a clear vision and a strategic plan that embeds entrepreneurship into the institution's core mission. Leadership should champion entrepreneurship as a priority and then follow through by aligning resources and policies to foster innovation across the institution. Curriculum integration. Entrepreneurial education must be incorporated across all disciplines. Again, not just limited to one school. Specialized programs need to be developed to enhance entrepreneurial skills, offering practical, real-world learning through case studies, internships, and collaborative projects. This ensures that all of our students from all fields, whatever disciplines, whether engineering, arts, science, all of them gain the necessary tools to think and act entrepreneurially. We need to ensure that faculty play a critical role in shaping that entrepreneurial culture. Faculty and staff development through the form of training and support for teaching entrepreneurially and researching ensures that our faculty members are equipped with the skills to support the next generation of innovators. But equally, they have the skills to be able to commercialize their own research. Additionally, as university leaders, we should think about hiring faculty with entrepreneurial experience that bring practical insights into the classroom and enhance the university's capability to support venture creation. And we need to ensure that student support through mentorship, through coaching, is essential in helping our students navigate the challenges of starting and scaling their own businesses. Creating student entrepreneurship clubs, societies, further fosters a community of like-minded individuals, offering students valuable networking, collaboration, and peer support opportunities, which are really vital in nurturing entrepreneurial talent. And finally, strong relationships with industry, investors, and alumni are crucial in providing students and faculty with the resources and the connections needed to succeed with their entrepreneurial ventures. And also engaging in entrepreneurial networks, not just locally, but regionally, nationally, and globally, is really important to ensure that the university can stay at the forefront of innovation, tapping into international opportunities, trends, and funding sources. But it's not easy, and building an entrepreneurial university comes with its challenges. And I'm just going to highlight a few of the common ones I have experienced in my career. Funding and resources, particularly in terms of securing sustainable funding. One-off pots of funding are quite often easy to come by, but ensuring that you've got long-term financial sustainability is a significant challenge. To address this, universities, as leaders of universities, we should think about diversifying funding sources. This includes seeking grants from government, from private organizations, and we've had an excellent example from the banks here this morning, is one way of being able to diversify your revenue streams. Look at informing industry partnerships that provide both financial and in-kind support to support your activities. Think about how we can leverage our alumni networks for philanthropic donations to support entrepreneurship. Additionally, creating an endowment fund specifically for entrepreneurship initiatives can provide a stable foundation for long-term growth also. There are a number of cultural barriers as well that we need to consider, particularly within your own institutions, where there is often a resistance to change and to risk-taking when it comes to developing an entrepreneurial culture. One way of overcoming these cultural barriers is to promote and celebrate your entrepreneurial success stories with the university community. And it's also not about just sharing the successes, but actually also celebrate your failures. Celebrate sharing stories where things didn't work. They add a huge amount of value, and people can see that you won't be shot down if you fail on your first initiative. Okay, so it's important to celebrate the wins, but it's equally important to celebrate the failures. Also think about how we are showcasing achievements within the institution, whether through awards, public events, or through media coverage. All of this helps to build a really positive perception of entrepreneurship and encourages others to embrace innovation and, more importantly, to experiment with innovation and entrepreneurship. Infrastructure and the lack of physical space and facilities can always impede the growth of entrepreneurial activities. So as leaders, we need to think about investing in dedicated spaces for innovation. As I've mentioned, incubators, accelerators, and co-working spaces. These spaces need to be equipped with the necessary resources, including technology, meeting rooms, prototyping labs, resources that support startups and collaborative projects to get off the ground effectively. And again, tied into the first point around funding, looking at how you work with external donors, external industry partners to co-create some of those spaces. And then curriculum rigidness. Always hear from some of my faculty colleagues that it's really difficult to integrate entrepreneurship into the curriculum, challenging due to existing academic structures. So to address this, we need to lead from the top and look at how we can develop flexible and interdisciplinary programs that allow for the inclusion of entrepreneurial elements across a variety of fields of study. This can be achieved through having dedicated modules. You could look at joint programs across different disciplines and project-based learning opportunities, all of which can be integrated, can be embedded into the curriculum and help bridge academic theory with real-world practice. And there's a really helpful toolkit that is available. It's www.etctoolkit.org, etctoolkit.org. You can go onto that website and it shows you how you can embed entrepreneurship into specific subject areas. So you could, for example, go in, select health, select nursing degree program, and it will give you a complete session outline of how you could develop entrepreneurship and innovation in that particular program. I'll share that link with the team so they can get that out to you, but it's a real invaluable resource. So some very quick examples, and some of these have already been mentioned, so I will run through these fairly quickly. Stanford University, renowned for its close connections with Silicon Valley, very privileged to have that on its doorstep. It's a global hub for technology and entrepreneurship. So the university's entrepreneurial ecosystem benefits from its strategic location alongside and in close proximity to Silicon Valley. That allows them to facilitate collaboration with leading tech firms and venture capitalists. and their programs such as Stanford Technology Ventures provide students and alumni with the resources, the mentorship, and the funding opportunities to be able to leverage that. Stanford's emphasis is on innovation, and its network of successful alumni, including founders of major startups like Google and Yahoo, exemplify how strong ties can foster a thriving entrepreneurial culture. MIT, as we all know, is a leader in tech innovation and commercialization, with a dedicated focus on turning cutting-edge research into marketable products. Their Martin Trust Center for MIT Entrepreneurship offers a comprehensive support system, including mentoring, funding, and access to a vast network of entrepreneurs and investors. Their approach is to integrate entrepreneurial thinking into their technical curriculum, providing students with practical experience and opportunities to secure $100,000 of investment through their entrepreneurship competition. Their robust support infrastructure helps bridge the groundbreaking research between industry and academia and the formation of startup ventures. And finally, the University of Cambridge. A strong track record through initiatives like Cambridge Enterprise, which is where I started my entrepreneurial journey 23 years ago, supports the commercialization of research and the creation of spin-off companies. They've got a close collaboration with the Cambridge business community. They have close collaboration with Cambridge Science Park, and they use that to provide tailored support, including funding, mentorship, and networking, contributing to a vital ecosystem for startups and innovation. And the final couple of slides, just really looking at how do we measure success. It's really important to be able to measure success in terms of entrepreneurship. The easy one is you measure the number of startups and spin-outs you've created. Track the number you've created, track their success record, how many staff are they hiring, how much money have they raised, and where are they in terms of market penetration. We should also look at research commercialization outcomes. How effectively are we protecting our research, IP, patents that we're creating? I am passionate about not really counting the number of patents, but actually what you've done with the patents. Have you taken them to market? Have you licensed it? Have you created a spin-out? That's what we should be tracking and really engaging. Also looking at the level of entrepreneurial engagement of your students and your alumni, including their participation in the programs and competitions and services you may offer, and also beginning to measure the number of industry partnerships and collaborations that you are leading as an institution. Success also requires ongoing evaluation and adaptation. So regularly reviewing and updating entrepreneurial strategies based on performance metrics and emerging trends is critical for the ongoing success. It's also important to gather feedback from stakeholders, your students, your faculty, your industry partners, your alumni, government, because that will provide valuable insights into areas for further improvement. So in conclusion, building a world-class entrepreneurial university is not easy, but it's a lot of fun. It's about fostering that culture of innovation. It's about ensuring that entrepreneurship is integrated into the curriculum. It's about ensuring that we develop programs to support our faculty and our students. And critically, it is about building strong partnerships with our internal and external stakeholders so that you can overcome some of the challenges that I have referenced. Thank you very much for listening. I started off as the Pro Vice Chancellor for Business and Entrepreneurship. When I go back to the UK next week, I will be taking on a new role as a Chief Commercial Officer at Aston University. So these will be my new contact details from next week. So if you have any questions or you want to connect, this is where you will be able to reach me. Thank you once again for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Goobs, and congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you.
We look forward to staying in touch with you. Some of the things that I've really picked up from that conversation is curriculum integration. I was in Moy University and we used to have IRD classes. Those were the courses that were common courses. They would help us, with critical thinking and analysis and a little bit of entrepreneurship. But I would like to challenge our scholars here, our VCs here, that let's integrate entrepreneurship across all the faculties that we have, because we are not just, we're not preparing people to go look for employment. We are preparing people who can create their own employment. So I hope that's a challenge for all of us. Just a question, do we have innovators in the house? Please, by a show of hand. Innovators in the house. All right, I'm going to ask the floor manager. Just keep your hand up, please. Keep your hand up, please. I'd just like the floor manager to select 2 people, and we ask, what are the greatest challenges that you're facing as innovators? You've picked one. The other one is right at the back, so the rest of you can put your hands down. We will ask you during the break as well. Go on.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Andrew Omambia from the University of Eastern Africa, Baraton. Actually, the biggest challenge that we have at the universities, number one, is linkage to the industry. That's really a big challenge. And, I want to urge the VCs here that probably they become a bridge to actually that sort of linkage. Number 2 is the infrastructure. I know Microsoft, ADC, has some sort of actually garage where many people actually go there, especially the industry and also the institution of higher learning to be able to learn. And probably, I think we need something like that where we can actually be able to inculcate that culture of entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have the question right from the back, and then we'll come to Professor over here so that we add a female voice to it. Right at the back real quick. Come, lady.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether you can hear me. My name is Professor Jackson Washira from the University of Embu, and an innovator of Cracks Fox, just here with me. It's a waterproofing and cracks repair prevention solution, innovatively prepared from biogenic materials. Now, the greatest issues that we face as innovators, number one is funding. Generally, we have funding support in terms of research, but as far as moving research to commercialization is a gap that has no clear funding or no adequate funding that we're able to access, but we're trying as much as possible through Kenya. The second thing is changing the mindset of researchers, I included. I'm not saying I'm an exception. As finding or engaging between commercializing and research are 2 different difficulties, but we're able to transit that through many trainings that we go through. So basically it's about funding and changing our mindset from research to commercialization. Thanks.
On the issue of funding, let's link you right now to Rosalind. Where is she? Please, Rosalind, have a conversation with him during the break. Let's link you to that funding. And Professor, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a creative. Hi.
Hi.
And I think my biggest challenge is delinking talent from the business. Reminding yourself that talent is not enough. I'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right. Wow, you have hit home, because I'm a creative as well, and sometimes you're too passionate and you don't make the money, but you still want to do the thing. Right now, we're just going to move to invite our chief guest, and to do that, I would like to invite Professor Tom Ogada, who's the chair of Kenya Board. Please give him a round of applause.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I know now we are coming to the peak of the morning session. Allow me then to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Beatrice Muganda, PS, State Department for Higher Education and Research, to come and talk and give her remarks. And thereafter, I will request her to invite the PS, Ismail Malim, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, also to address us. So can we give a round of claps to...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, PS, State Department for Higher Education and Research.
There is innovation. You know, today we are all innovators, but it's the chief innovation
officer.
Okay,
let's rise up, please. You know, we've sat for a while, so it's in an adult context. Let's think about how we stretch a little bit. Now, think about how you would write the letter J using your two hands. J. I didn't say draw. So let's think about J like this. Okay? And then think about O. Okay? And then think about Y. Now write the letter joy. Write the word joy. Okay. So now we're going to sing a song, and it's about the word joy. All right? So J-O-Y. Put J-O-Y quickly. All right? Now say, I've got joy. Now do the signs as well. As you say, I've got joy. So let's start. I've got joy down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. J-O-Y. J-O-Y. Down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. Now you've got the idea. So let's go. I've got joy down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. J-O-Y. J-O-Y. Down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. Now we're going to do a little faster now, okay? I've got joy down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. J-O-Y? J-O-Y, down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. Now a little faster than that. Okay. I've got joy down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. J-O-Y? J-O-Y, down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. A little faster than that. Let's go now. I've got joy down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. J-O-Y, down in my heart. Deep, deep down in my heart. Have a seat.
And on that joyful note, I am happy to announce that I am this mother who's brought half her family to visit a most loving uncle, yeah. And the beauty is that there's enough food to eat in this house and to take some back home. Okay. So, dear Principal Secretary, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, my brother, Mr. Ishmael Madi, our Chair of Kenya, Professor Tom Wagaja, our CEO of Kenya, Dr. Tony Omanza, Chairman of the Vice Chancellor's Committee, Professor Daniel Njiru Mugendi, Chairman of the Vice Chancellor's Committee, that's private universities, Professor Stephen Gary, all Vice Chancellors present, Chief Executive Officers present, Deputy Chairman of the Kenya Network of Entrepreneurial Institution Leaders, Professor Labanairo, Director Marketing and Communication, Kenya Commercial Bank Group, Rosalind Gishuru, Pro-Vice Chancellor who just acquired a new title of the University of Suffolk, Professor Gurpreet Jakpal, our partners represented by my dear sister Monica of the British Council, staff of all our agencies and other organizations present, distinguished delegates, members of the Fourth Estate, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, afternoon? Good morning, at least that woke you up as well. Good morning. Joy in your heart? Okay, good morning. I stand before you today with great pride and joy as we gather at this vital summit to explore a theme that is profoundly significant to our nation's future: youth, jobs, and wealth creation through innovation and entrepreneurship. This theme resonates deeply with the Ministry of Education's mission and also the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. It is at the heart of our collaborative efforts with the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our educational institutions are the bedrock upon which we build our nation's future. Integrating innovation and entrepreneurship into our educational framework equips our youth with the tools to create and generate wealth. The Ministry of Education recognizes the pivotal role that universities, research institutions, and technical and vocational education and training institutions play in equipping our youth with the knowledge, skills, and mindset necessary to navigate and thrive in an ever-evolving global landscape. Our institutions must be at the forefront of this transformation, fostering environments where innovation and entrepreneurship can flourish. To realize this vision, therefore, we must implement educational reforms that promote creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. As a ministry, we are committed to integrating entrepreneurial thinking into the curriculum of our universities, research institutes, and TVETs. And so we are really at the cusp of that pedagogical reforms and capacity building to ensure that our learners then acquire these very critical 21st century skills. And by doing so, we are convinced that we shall prepare our students to become job creators instead of seeking employment. I want to acknowledge the Kenya Network of Entrepreneurial Institutional Leaders Council, which together with Kenya has hosted this great and very important event, the Commercialization and Entrepreneurial Institutional Leaders CEIL Summit 2024. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, CEIL Council is pivotal in supporting higher education institutions in becoming more entrepreneurial. It facilitates the growth of a knowledge-based economy, enabling the generation of commercialized intellectual property, enhances an entrepreneurial curriculum and culture, and catalyzes the development of sustainable enterprises that drive job and wealth creation. The Ministry of Education will therefore continue to support the NAIL Council in championing innovation and entrepreneurship in our higher education institution. And this really is very core because as a ministry, why do we exist? If everything that we do does not touch the society, then really we don't have a reason to be. And so we appreciate the fact that Kenya is hand-holding us to remove the gown and walk into the town and touch the lives of our people by generating new knowledge and being able to commercialize the technologies that arise from this so that they really touch the lives of our people and influence the activities of our industries. And therefore, I want to urge Kenya to structure the network to accommodate all vice chancellors in public and private universities. And on our part, as universities, we shall continually engage those activities that help us to develop and mainstream an entrepreneurial curriculum and culture in our teaching, learning, and research spaces. One of our flagship initiatives is the Research to Commercialization program, and I wish to commend Kenya as well for this program. It is designed to transform innovative research into viable enterprises that generate significant employment opportunities and drive wealth creation. Funded by the UK government, the R2C program enhances the innovation ecosystem within our institutions by reviewing commercialization policies, setting up institutional funding frameworks, and training our dear Vice Chancellors and innovation champions on entrepreneurship and commercialization. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the matter of well-prepared graduates for the job market is ever evolving. As educationists, we are well aware that the market for which we prepare our graduates is constantly changing. New trends such as the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and machine learning define a future that we entirely do not have control of. This is why we emphasize the importance of teaching and learning, which is cognizant of the 21st century skills, the forces: communication, creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration. And again, I heard the word partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. And this is a message that we take out of here and breathe life into. Techniques like problem-based learning, inverted classrooms, and industry-linked learning are vital in generating more competitive graduates. It will also take increased collaboration with industry and the private sector to attract the skills, tools, and infrastructure necessary to support training in emerging fields. It is paramount, therefore, that we continually reflect on and engage in ways to build momentum in internationalizing our work. We live in a global ecosystem, and the world has never been more flatter. We must, therefore, remember that we are competing for opportunities around the globe. We must be as visionary and connected as anyone in Australia, in South Asia, Africa, Europe, USA, and the rest of the world. While we may not have all the resources that we need and desire, we can be bold and visionary in raising the standards and aspirations of Kenyan trained professionals and tech entrepreneurs. We should and we must continuously pursue the journey of creativity, innovation, and transformation. And where we feel weak, we can draw the strength, the knowledge, the ideas, and the expertise from our very strong network. Kenya's work to lay the foundation for entrepreneurial institutions, mainly through introducing the maturity framework that measures aspects like entrepreneurial leadership, funding, commercialization, internationalization, teaching and learning, infrastructure, and policy, is truly commendable, and they do deserve a round of applause. I am convinced that the Entrepreneurial Institutions Maturity Framework is an initiative we must support steadfastly as we build lasting changes in our higher education ecosystem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must prioritize the commercialization of our institutions' intangible assets. We as the university sector are very aware that we cannot continuously rely on the exchequer. And so, as we look around and explore avenues for extra budgetary resources, we are continuously looking at the commercialization angle. But this we cannot do without all your efforts, working very closely with Kenya. I look forward to further engagement on all the necessary interventions that we need to enhance the development of impactful research and creation of enterprises, startups, joint ventures, and licensing technology. Our ministry is keen to support efforts that scale our collective work, entrepreneurial and economic dividends will emerge from this. Higher education institutions hold the key to economic transformation, particularly now and in the future. I dream and I see us set ambitious targets for startups emerging from our institutions. And for 2 years now, I have been challenging our vice chancellors, especially those with engineering programs, saying, why are we sending so much money to Japan, to China, for our border spare parts? Really? Ask for all the money that you need to make this innovation and the spare parts readily available. For that, I can assure you, Treasury will listen. So take that challenge home, keep thinking about it. But we must also ensure that innovators and researchers from our institutions benefit while contributing to the growth of our universities and indeed our economy. This trajectory is one of the avenues through which we can enhance the stability and sustainability of our universities. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I'd like to stress that the Ministry of Education is deeply, deeply, deeply committed to fostering a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, working closely with you and all the other partners. We wholeheartedly support Kenya and NAIL's initiatives to create an innovation ecosystem where our young innovators can thrive, and old ones too. Let us continue to work together to ensure that our education system not only imparts knowledge, but empowers our youth to create a brighter, more prosperous future for Kenya. As we think about the imminent, date for actualizing our Vision 2030 to become a middle-income country with everybody enjoying a high quality of life in a safe and secure environment. I look at you and I know that through our collective effort and through these very formidable partnerships, this distance will become closer as we count the fruits. I thank you for your dedication and participation in this summit. May the 2024 CEIL Summit catalyze innovation and entrepreneurship and drive us towards a future filled with opportunities and success for all of us and for all Kenyans. I look forward to a very interactive and fruitful summit. I thank you all. And with those many remarks, it's now my pleasure to invite my brother, the PS for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Mr. Ismail Mahdi. Let's give him an arousing hand of applause.
Please welcome Mr. Ismail Mahdi, PS, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy.
Thank you very much, my sister, PS Beatrice of State Department for Higher Education, Chairman, Kenya National Innovation Agency, Professor Tom Ogada, and your members of the board, together with the management of Kenya National Innovation Agency, led by our very own Dr. Tony Omwansa, the Vice Chancellors representing the two committees of the universities in public and private sectors, Professor Mbugwa and Professor Njeru, Chairman, I don't know if this is pronounced in short as Neil or Neil, Professor Laban, Vice Chair, Deputy Chair, all Vice Chancellors present, our esteemed partners, our very able and esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's still morning. Good morning. Let me also say I'm very happy to be here this morning to be part of this very great CEIL Summit of 2024. I remember we were here in this same location last year, and we have given ourselves some challenges. I know probably some reporting on the progress or the achievements of those challenges that we have made here last year will be reported at some point during this summit. Let me therefore say, without a doubt, that your work as the team that puts this summit together and the leadership makes major contribution to our economy. Because as today's themes suggest, youth employment and wealth creation is all that we aspire to achieve as a nation. We all know our work contributes majorly to our economy, to our youth employment, to our national security, and to well-being of our citizens. Therefore, this is a sector we want to be associated with, as well as to ensure that there is sufficient investment for us to harness the dividends that comes with this particular sector. The spirit of this year's summit is the spirit of youth, the spirit of jobs, and the spirit of wealth creation. And this goes very well in line with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda by the administration of His Excellency, the President. And our ministry, being the torchbearer of the issues related to young people, our role is to empower young people with tools to make the most of their lives, to tear down the barriers to that objective, and to create conditions within which no one is left behind. Professor Laban, I came in while you were speaking and you said very fundamental, you raised very fundamental issues. And to start with, our ministry and Ministry of Education, from the bigger whole of government approach, we are jointed at the hip. We do a lot with the Ministry of Education. Number one, the youth, when the young people, when they're in school, they're called students. And when they go out of colleges, now they come to us. So in even, cooking or preparing the youth for the future, we work with this ministry very well, starting from talent development in school ball games, talent development in drama and music festivals, and now in matters research development and innovation, of course, through our agency, Kenya National Innovation Agency. And Prof. Laban here said that we think of those big technologies and big ideas, and inside we are not doing very well. And I think the biggest problem of our unemployment the source of those problems, my dear sister, I think, is the Minister of Education, in particular the universities, because now the professors are all here, because you prepare, develop young people in this country and release them into the market after giving them very, serious, lively development. Now you have released them to the market, and according to World Bank, between 500,000 to 800,000 graduates from colleges, from technical colleges and universities join the job market. And we all know 800,000 of our young people cannot be directly employed by either public sector or private sector. So, borrowing from Prof. Laban then, we need to look internally and maybe teach our young people and help them to change their mindset that they are not being taught to get employed, but rather to create employment. And one of the best ways to go around that is through what we are doing here today, innovation. And universities are the home of those innovations. And please, let's look deeply internally. Let us look inward and help these young people to create jobs rather than looking for employment. I therefore believe our participation in this year's summit will encourage development and establishment of sustainable enterprises through innovation, shed light on the commercialization and entrepreneurial opportunities for institutions, industries, and innovators, and accelerate practical solutions developed that address job creations and employment-related issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge that we cannot meet national development goals without the involvement of the young people. That's a fact. And at this point, allow me to highlight some of the initiatives that Kenya National Innovation Agency is undertaking in collaboration, of course, with our ministry through the State Department of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, where the agency is housed, and other valuable partners to actualize the working of the theme for the betterment for our young people. One of the most significant steps that the agency is doing in creating jobs and wealth for the young people is through the development of Kenya National Intellectual Property Policy. I know at one time Dr. Tony and I traveled to Geneva, where the UN organization that deals with matters related to intellectual property is headquartered. And the statistics we got as a country was shocking. And Dr. Tony is running up and down and having a sleepless night, of course, through the leadership of Professor and the entire board to make sure we have this policy in place to improve our rating. The agency is also helping the young innovators to have an opportunity to be identified, to be seen, and to be supported through an initiative that is called Presidential Innovation Challenge and Award that the agency started last year, where they brought together innovation from all the called for innovation ideas from all the 47 counties. all the counties are not equal, and of course, I'm sure they did not get innovation ideas from all the counties, but at least they managed to evaluate about 33, 35 innovations from about 33, 35 counties that were awarded huge money by His Excellency the President. The plan is to run the challenge across the country, and Dr. Tony and the ministry or ourselves are in discussion, Dr. Tony, in future to expand this challenge to the learning institutions like universities, so that they also participate and get opportunities to also get their ideas being identified and help to develop. Maybe the cash award that you give to these winners can help them to, develop those ideas into something big. We recognize, therefore, that innovation is the key. Our president tells us always that, my sister knows, he says, if education is key, our president loves technical institutions like TVET. So he always says, if education is a key to success, TVET is the master key. Therefore, if we think entrepreneurship and business developments are key to success, then we can also borrow from the president and say innovation is the master key. We therefore recognize innovation, as I said, as a master key to engage in our youth in creating solutions that grow into enterprises. By fostering a culture of innovation, we can help young people develop solutions that address the various socio-economic challenges affecting our country. Encouraging our youth to innovate is not just about economic growth, but empowering them to shape their destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot talk about innovation without talking about creative economy, which has an immense, opportunity to create jobs and generate wealth. The Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sport has taken deliberate steps to harness this creative economy or creative potentials, and we are very proud to associate ourselves with the ministry's flagship program that I now know all of us are familiar with, called Talanta Hela, which is an initiative that is built on 6 pillars, whose main objective is to identify, nurture or develop and monetize talents within our young people across all disciplines. Anchored onto the Talanta Hela, for now, the creative talent, of course, again, through the Kenya National Innovation Agency, like I said, creativity and innovations go hand in hand, and therefore, through the Kenya National Innovation Agency, we are bringing a very juicy program called Who's Next to our creatives in the country. And Who's Next, I think I'm vertically challenged. Who's Next intends is a vehicle that we want to use to do a talent search in the entire creative spectrum for us, to help the creative economy in our country to grow into what it is supposed to be. Because it is one of the biggest industries that we have not developed properly as a country, and we just left in the past this potential to the few successful creative individuals, and now we are taking a very deliberate step through the Who's Next, which means exactly what it is: who is the Kenya's next big name in the creative industry. Therefore, the creative minds or talent in the country should be ready. Immediately we launch or roll out the program, they should be ready to take off. Because as they say, opportunity finds those who are ready. To recognize, therefore, and support creative talents alongside technological and entrepreneurial innovations, we have made deliberate steps to incorporate the principles of Talantahela into the Presidential Innovation Award, of course, through what I have just mentioned. And this integration will create a more holistic approach to youth empowerment and ensure that diverse talents are transformed into thriving enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, I know, a full agenda ahead of us, so I would like to conclude by thanking all our partners who have helped us to be here today in one way or another. I know we are many. We have UK government, UK Aid, Kenya Commercial Bank, Victoria Ventures, and many others who have made this summit to be what it is today. And of course, not forgetting the universities, the leadership of our higher learning institution. Finally, as we engage in various discussions, let us remember the incredible potential of our youth. Our theme, Youth, Jobs, and Wealth Creation through Innovation and Entrepreneurship, highlights the importance of supporting young innovators. And I urge all of us to engage actively in discussion and initiatives of this summit. Remember, together we can build a brighter future where our youth thrive as innovators and entrepreneurs that drive our progress and prosperity. And I have been given a task, therefore, with all those many remarks, to declare a CEIL Summit 2024 officially open. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much once again. A round of applause to the two PS that were on stage. In the spirit of entrepreneurship, innovation, and creation of employment, and also promoting the innovation ecosystem within the country. So I would not want to take a lot of time. I am between you and tea break, which is supposed to be served at the Expo Center, which is just on your left. When you go out, we're going to have ushers out there who can direct you to the place. But in the meantime, you took photos in the morning. We need to see those photos online. We have a hashtag that is hashtag CEIL Summit 2024. If you look at your name tags, the hashtag is written there. Please make sure you post the photos, post about the event, have people understand that things are happening within the country and change is coming and it is starting right now. And don't forget to actually tag the Kenya National Innovation Agency on LinkedIn, Facebook. You know, sound guys, when they're trying to tell you that you need to stop talking and head out, they try to actually cut the mic. So thank you very much. Thank you. Just to remind you all, the CEIL Summit is a build-up for the Kenya Innovation Week event, which is happening later this year. I see Dr. Tony is taking selfies. Do not forget to actually post it on social media. He's leading us on that already. To all the delegates, we have washrooms just outside after the registration desk. On your left, right across the hallway, you will see washrooms for both the gents and ladies. The internet password will be projected on screen. Can we have the screen, guys? Please do that. And to remind you all that in the spirit of innovation, we do have innovators in the room who are in the current cohort of the Research to Commercialization Accelerator and are currently exhibiting at the back. We also have KCB Bank that is exhibiting their entrepreneur support programs outside the hall, literally on the left, and also Ajira that is also having the exhibition outside. As we head towards tea break, please make sure you pass by the booths and including the innovators that are behind there that we can be able to interact with that. Thank you very much. Before we end that and we walk out, please give us a little bit of a tease of what we're going to happen when we come back.
Yes, get ready for the session after the tea because we're going to be having a very hot debate happening here. So prepare yourself. We're going to be discussing who should get a higher percentage of revenue from innovation. Is it the institution, the university, or is it the innovator? So innovators, Allah. Innovators, you're not here? Innovators, Innovators are. Institutions, Institutions are. We'll see who has the bigger voice when we come back after the tea. Also, we're still going to be talking about more funding with Mr. Geoffrey Monari, who's the CEO of University Fund. And we are very excited. So now, as the PS has said, it is officially open. Let's cheers that with a cup of tea.
Thank you very much. Tea is right outside. Ladies and gentlemen, tea break is 30 minutes. We come back at exactly 12:15.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the board of the Kenya National Innovation Agency and management to welcome you to the CEIL Summit 2023 and appreciate you taking your time to join us for this summit this year.
Our PS, Higher Education and Research, Dr. Beatrice is actually honorable. I know you came very close, who is currently helping us to kick off this morning. I know our PS Youth Affairs is on his way. I know our CS is also on his way. I'll give a little update on a slight reorganization of the program. But more importantly, it's really amazing to see us gather together here for the second time for the CEIL Summit. We're here for the matters of commercialization and entrepreneur institutions. And the focus is the leaders of our institutions who really must shape the context in our own institutions for us to succeed.
For us to get this right, therefore, it's important for us to have a collaboration and partnership between the stakeholders. We must have a collaboration between the industry, researchers, and government. We need to invest in infrastructure. We need to invest in processes that support.
Nakutumia popote ulipozipoke. Salimie ndugu na wazazi wako mama, popote walipo afo. Mimi si jambo lakini mawazo tele moyoni, nina wasiwasi. Nikikumbuka tulivyoachana mara ya mwisho, uliniahidi afo. Tungeonana mapema, siku zinapita bibie, mbona sikuoni mama? Afo mama yao toto wasagana kaa ukumbuke penzi ugeuka leo kwangu kesho kwako mama utanikumbuka salimie ndugu na wazazi wako mama popote walipo. Mimi si jambo lakini mawazo tele moyoni, nina wasiwasi. Nikikumbuka tulivyoachana mara ya mwisho, uliniahidi afo. Tungeonana mapema, siku zinapita bibie, mbona sikuoni mama? Afo mama yao toto wasagana kaa ukumbuke penzi ugeuka leo kwangu kesho kwako mama utanikumbuka toto zangu. Salimia ndugu na wazazi wako mama popote walipo afo. Mimi si jambo lakini mawazo tele moyoni, na wasiwasi. Nikikumbuka tulivyoachana mara ya mwisho, uliniahidi afo. Tungeonana mapema, siku zinapita bibie, mbona sikuoni mama? Afo mama yao toto wasagana kaa ukumbuke penzi ugeuka leo kwangu kesho kwako mama utanikumbuka afo wakirinyaka sagana usiniweke pembeni mama, ingawa wapo wengi wazuri mami, lakini nimekuchagua wewe. Tabia yako sawa na sura yako, nimerizika kuwa na wewe. Sagana unipeleke mama nikawaone wazazi wako mama, na tizeni pia tufike mami, ukawaone baba na mama. Mengine mengi sisemi mama uamuzi nimekuachia wewe. Mwisho na kuombea salama afro, mpaka siku tutaponana. Afo wakirinyaka sagana usiniweke pembeni mama, ingawa wapo wengi wazuri mami, lakini nimekuchagua wewe. Tabia zako sawa na sura yako, nimerizika kuwa na wewe. Sagana unipeleke mama tufike mami, ukawaone baba na mama. Mengine mengi sisemi mama, oh, oh. Uamuzi nimekuachia wewe, mwisho na kuombea salama afro, mpaka siku tutaponana. Mwisho na kuombea salama afro, mpaka siku tutaponana. Usiniweke pembeni mama, ingawa wapo wengi wazuri mami, lakini nimekuchagua wewe. Tabia yako sawa na sura yako, nimeridhika kuwa na wewe. Sagana unipeleke mama, oh, oh, nikawaone wazazi wako mama, natizeni pia tufike mami, ukawaone baba na mama. Mengine mengi sisemi mama, oh, oh. Uamuzi nimekuachia wewe, mwisho na kuombea salama afro, mpaka siku tutaponana. Mwisho na kuombea salama afro, mpaka siku
guys, all the best. In case of anything, up. Hapana kebo yangu ya usi nikompatia pia hiyo unajua ni ni sawa tunachukua kwako. Hapana unajua raja na sawa mimi patia huyo. I know you. Fumba ni sawa. Hiyo ni fake kile nafanya kazi. Wewe kale tunayo.
Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic on check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic on check. Mic check, mic check. Checking mics.
Good morning. Or is it afternoon? Thank you very much. I wish to take this opportunity first to thank, in absentia, Dr. Tony Omwansa and the entire board of Kenya for this invitation, and also thank the PS Higher Education and the PS Youth Affairs who are around, will be engaging. I also wish to recognize all the vice chancellors who are here, because those are my clients every day, and the support that they usually give us on a day-to-day basis. Those are the vice chancellors, private universities and public universities, and my fellow CEOs. So today, I'm here to discuss the hot topic in the country of university funding and link it to the issues that are there. I'm also the chair of the Association of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa, where we are engaging various universities to ensure that they're entrepreneurial and they can be able to support the entrepreneurial ecosystem as a way of easing pressure from governments in terms of funding, because we all know that many governments in Africa do not have the required funding that is envisioned in this sector. So the new funding model, which is not really new because it is just an improvement of what has been there over the years, is currently in force. And just to give you a perspective why I'm saying it is not new, this funding in terms of loans actually started in 1952, if you people are not aware. Funding through loans in Kenya started in 1952, before the colonial government was put in place. At that point, Kenyans used to leave their title deeds and go for studies outside the country. And we have those title deeds with Higher Education Loans Board, because there are fellows even to date who have never picked their title deeds. People were so gracious that they could even give title deeds to, on behalf of their neighbors, so that those people could go outside the country to study. Because at that period of time, we did not have universities in Kenya. And then we came to the second cycle, that was in 1974-75, when the loaning scheme started with the boom. And this moved on to the year 1995-96. I saw the other day, after the president said that he paid his loan in 1987, Kenyans quickly showed that the HELB was not there in 1987, which was actually not correct, because when HELB was established in 1995, it inherited all the liabilities and assets, meaning the title deeds that I'm talking about, and any loan that had been given from 1952 was inherited, including the one of the president. So sometimes when we see things being put on social media and we quickly criticize, sometimes we need to internalize and see where this is coming from. Because what we know is that the president benefited from a loan, and he repaid it in full when he got his first employment in parliament between the year 1990 and 2005. So that is a history. So that was the second cycle that came in the third cycle that came in 1995-96, when HELB was formed. Then we came into the fourth cycle when DUC came into place in the year 2016-2017. The DUC was introduced, and I'll just introduce the DUC here so that we can be able. The DUC was introduced, that is the old funding model, where it was expected that government could give 80% and the household could give 20%, but through HELB or the household. If you don't need HELB loan, then you would just pay directly. And then two things happened here, and I'll be able to explain as we move forward why we have had a challenge with this, the older funding model. The fifth one is now the current one that we are calling new, which is just an adjustment of the old one. And this funding model is being implemented by the following agencies, that is Higher Education Loans Board, which gives loans to TVET students and university students. The university's fund gives scholarships to university students, and the TVET State Department of TVET gives scholarships to TVET trainees. This is a student-centered model whereby it is looking at the need of the student, the income of the household, and finally the cost of the program. Because initially, between the year around 1991, when the pay as you earn was introduced, the fees that was introduced was 16,000. If you compare 16,000 to date, if students continued paying 16,000, then you'll find that that amount of fee was not supporting the universities adequately, because over this period of time, the cost of education had increased, the cost of these programs had increased, and generally, 16,000 in the year 1990 and 16,000 now is not the same. So you will not expect the quality of education to be the same. And that is where we would see universities having challenges over these years because of that challenge. So we varied the funding model to introduce a new way of funding where we varied scholarships and loans. Students were then asked to apply for both the scholarship and loan. This was not there previously, and the students did not know that the government was giving them a grant through the 80% that I talked about. The new model requires that these students must be able to apply. The new model also requires that the funding must be based on need, and the full cost of the program needs to be paid so that the university can be able to give you quality education. Money must follow the students, which means that each university must be able to attract students so that that money can be able to be paid direct to the university. Unlike the previous model where you could find that universities would be able to ask for this money directly and their budgets would be funded directly based on their requirement. Why do we give loans? Number one is to ensure financial accessibility. Many students may not afford tuition fees, therefore you give them a loan. But remember, a student does not remain a student, and that is the argument that we are receiving. Students are saying that I am a student, so I don't need a loan or I don't need a huge amount of money. But remember, you're only a student now. In the future, after your graduation, you are no longer a student. You start earning. Then you should be able to pay back so that the future generation can be able to benefit. The second reason is to promote equal opportunity. We know there are Kenyans who can be able to pay by themselves. There are Kenyans who do not need any support. However, due to competing resources and other issues that the government has, and this is across, it's not only unique to Kenya, you must be able to support those who actually require these funds. And lastly, to ensure sustainability, and that is why in 1974, the loaning system was introduced in Kenya, is to ensure that the students who come in take a loan, repay back so that the future students can also benefit. If that is not the case, then it means if you use the current resources without getting the others to pay back, then you will be forced to fund less students. If we go back to when, around the year 2010, I saw a caption the other day when the president then, Kibaki, was receiving results from the Joint Admissions Board. 30% of the students then were the only ones that were admitted to public universities. Why was that? Because funding was based on accommodation space and the available funding. As a country, we had to move from that space because if we do that, then it means we lock out many students out of university. And yet, if you say that you're taking the best 30, it means you lock out the ones who actually deserve this funding. It is common knowledge that the students who pass most come from national schools. And if you follow the trail before that, these are students who come from private schools. And these private schools people who are able to put their children there are people who are able. The children who come from extra-county schools and other schools in the country go to these other schools and they manage to pass, but sometimes you find that a C+ student who would have gotten better marks because they come from a county school would not be able because there were no facilities. So if we lock out these students, then we are locking out students who are bright for our country, for now and in the future. As I said, the scholarship is targeted towards students who are financially needy. It promotes equity and it will also support sustainability. I've already talked about this slide, and I said that the government was supposed to support students at 80% and the household at 20%. And this model meant that everyone who was admitted and got a C+ was being financed at the same level, irrespective of whether you will require the money or not. That is where we are coming from. The government could not even support the 80%. As at last year, the government supported students at 42%. So it means the support was dwindling every year. The highest we ever supported was at 66%. The 20%, since fees was at 16,000, that was barely even at 20%. It was much less, maybe at around 8%. Therefore, both the quantums the student was supposed to pay and what the government was supposed to pay was being underfunded to the institution. And hence, the challenges that we have been having with our universities. So we have moved to a new funding model where we are saying, fair isn't everybody getting the same thing. Fair is everybody getting what they actually deserve. So the new funding model is talking about equity. And it is saying that you must be able to support everyone based on their level of need. Because all of us, even here, if you evaluate, we are not all the same in terms of our capability of supporting ourselves, either in school or our children. So we cannot have a blanket figure and say that we'll support everyone at the same level. We are all different. There are even people here who may not require funding. They will be able to pay for their children or themselves without any support. But there are people here who will require that support. Now, these are the actual figures. If you look at the year from 2019-2020, you can see the average loan requirement or being given by HELP reduced over the period of time. The DUC I was talking about reduced from 61% to 48%, and I said last year it was at 42%. We will be looking at figures on the projections we have been looking at and where we were going to go as a country if we continued with the old funding model. That is the issue where people are saying, why not stick with the old funding model? Those are the figures. If you look at those figures, and these are factual figures, you will notice that the number of students, that is column number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the number of students, the growth is constant. We expect that the number, because the population is growing, that will never go down. The annual resource requirement is also constant because that is in relation with the number of students. That is where we were. Was also going up. However, you'll notice that on the second column, the resource allocation, yes, has been going up, but not at the same level as the number of students. Because we all know where we are, this is Kenya, the resource requirements are not enough, so something had to be done. The projections we had were that by the year 2027, 2028, we'll be funding a student, instead of 80%, we would be funding students at 21%. Therefore, leaving our quality of education in dire need. And hence the requirement that we needed to have a discussion as a country to look at how do we rejig our funding model moving forward. Now, the student-centered model is what we had a discussion. The Presidential Working Party was appointed by the President in September 2022. That was the first committee that he appointed once he became president because of the importance of education. The committee went around the country and got views of Kenyans. It had 42 members and came down and said, this is what Kenyans have said, that this also must be looked into. So this model, the student-centered model, was put in place. And this is the financing. There are many more things I would have taken quite a while, but just to give you a brief. If you are the most needy, you will be funded at 95%. That means you'll get a scholarship of 70%, not to be paid back, a loan of 25%, and a household of 5%. On top of that, you'll get 60,000 Kenya shillings. If you are placed in the second band, you will get a scholarship of 60%, loan of 30%. The household will pay 10%. This is of the cost of the program. And then there will be upkeep of 55%. The third group is a scholarship of 50%, loan of 30%, household of 20%, and then there is an upkeep of 50,000 so that the students can be able to pay for other requirements. The fourth group, that is a scholarship of 40%, loan of 30%, the household pays 30%, the student also gets 45,000, and the last group is where there is a scholarship of 30%, loan of 30%, the household pays 40%. I'll break this down further into the actual amounts that we are talking about. For TVET, where the fee is standard at 67,000, the scholarship is at 30%, loan is at 22.5%, household is 7.5%. For the second group, that means that the government is supporting the students at 92.5%. The second group is where the second band is where the government supports at 88%, scholarship is at 60%, loan 28%, household 12%, and they get also an upkeep of 17,600. The first group is 18,600. The third group is a scholarship 50%, loan 32%, household 18%, and they get 15,600. The fourth band is a scholarship at 40%, loan at 38%, household at 22%, and they get an upkeep of 44,600. And lastly, scholarship at 30%, loan of 43%, household of 27%, and they also get an upkeep of 13,600. And this, we are now going, these two groups, this is the second year of implementation. Therefore, the model we are talking about is not even new anymore because we have gone to the second year of implementation. Now, to break it down further, we look at the cost of the programs, where most Kenyans are, and I'll also give where most Kenyans are making noise, though we only have about 700 students in the whole country. Bachelor of Commerce, the total cost is 220, average cost across the universities. The government will give you a scholarship if you are in band 1 of 155,105. That is free money never to be paid. HELB will give you a loan of 55,000, and then you'll get an upkeep of 60,000, which means in the worst case scenario, that's why I'm saying the worst case scenario, you can use even the 60,000 to pay the 55,000 and still have 5,000, and then ask well-wishers to give you your daily upkeep. I'm just saying the worst case scenario. The household is expected to pay 11,000, which is much lower than what they were paying before, which means per semester, if you divide the 11,000, you are paying 5,500 per semester. Let's go to this next, this is the lowest degree program in terms of cost for our universities. The government, the cost is 122,400. The government will pay for you 85,680. HELB will give you a loan of 30,600. And then you'll get another upkeep of 60,000, money to the bank for your use. What the household or yourself will be required to pay is only 6,000 per year, 6,120, which means you pay 3,060 per semester. And yet we want to go to the old model. You know, sometimes that's where we really don't, maybe it's us who don't understand. Maybe Kenyans want to pay more. Sometimes you don't understand what people want to pay. Because when you have such a deal, then you find it very difficult. Now let's go to what every Kenyan seems to be doing, that is medicine. Because when you ask any Kenyan, they say the cost is 600. Everyone seems to say that they are doing medicine. However, when I asked Mercy from COOPS, how many students did you place for medicine? There were only 723 in the whole country. But when you talk about the model, everyone says we are doing medicine. Medicine is this amount. So, medicine, the government will give you for free 428,400 scholarship for free. That's what I'm saying. HELB will give you a loan of 153,000. And then there's an upkeep cash to the bank of 60,000. And the household will be required to pay only 30,600. Divide that by 2, it is 15,000. That is somebody in band 1. I'll give the other figures. Then if you are doing Bachelor of Education Science, the breakdown is there. You can see for yourself. Those are where the noise has been. And this is the breakdown. This is band 1. Those programs that I've given there, band 2, you can clearly see there. Band 3, band 4, and band 5. Now, somebody will say that band 5 is paying a lot, but ideally, a student who is placed in band 5 is a student who comes from a family where they are able to pay. If a family was paying, for example, I have nothing against them. For example, from my brother, your sister school, Riara, how much do they pay? Riara girls. Okay, let me, I don't know whether Gideon Maina is here, Dr. Gideon Maina. Since he's not here, I can use Pioneer, where they are paying 350,000 per term. Can't that same student pay 244? Is it too much to ask that they have been paying for 4 years, 300,000, over 300,000 per term? There are 3 terms. Can't that student pay 244? How come when they move to university, all of a sudden, they don't have money? Let me give you statistics after the applications. Very interesting statistics. 70% of the applicants said they have 0 income. 70%. 0, they have nothing, they don't. But yet when you look at the siblings they have put there, and the schools they are in, you can see they have income. They are paying from somewhere. And we are saying, even if you went to a school where you are supported, give us that support. That you are given support by, let's say, Equity Foundation or whichever foundation. That is a discussion we need to have. Because we also understand there are students who could be that pioneer. I need to move fast. who are supported or anything. But give us that evidence. Number 2, 82% declared that they come from a single mother family. 82%. So the question I'm asking, as Kenyans, are we really saying, giving the correct information? And I'm glad my PS has come in. She'll be able to. So what we are saying is that let us give information that can be able to support this process. That is what we are seeing, and it's really a challenge to us when it comes to this. So we use the MTI. This is a scientific method which HELB has used since for the last 25 years. It is a tool used to assess financial capacity for the need of a student in higher education. the areas we look at, and you see, that's what I was talking about, but the problem, because we are dealing with sharp people in Kenya, very clever, they now try and fill for you this form because you have given them these details, not knowing that we validate this information. So you try and fill your form based on what you have seen or what I have said today. You'll now go and advise people. There's a guy called Monari who said ABCD. So where just evil? Not knowing that there is validation. And it's good we are here because the innovations that Kenyans have come and what we are using and the support we are getting and the proxy indicators, for example, the schools you went to, who supported you, all those things now can be able to give us further results, because otherwise if we use only the information that you give us, you can see we'll be in problems. So we look at the expenditure in education for the household, both in primary and secondary, family size, the presence of parents there, affirmative action for PWDs and orphans, students from marginalized areas, family income, and the national priority program of agriculture. But don't only use this. I'm just advising you, fill the form the way you are supposed to fill the form. Don't overthink this thing, because you'll fail. It's like being given, and it's good the lecturers are here. When you give students an open book exam, what usually happens? Most of them fail. So when I've given you an open book, you go and fill, you'll see what the results will be. So this MTA ensures equitable distribution for the limited financial resources that we have. It targets to assist students who demonstrate the greatest financial need, promotes access to higher education for students from lower income backgrounds. As I conclude, I said I'm wearing two hats. The Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa, I chair that institution. And I'm happy to say that Kenya, which is like the chapter institution for Kenya, is the one that is running the show. And we are glad to be associated with them because you can see the work they are doing, and that is why we are here today. They are pushing this agenda of entrepreneurship in Africa through the local chapter, and we are encouraging people to be able to do that. The alliance was launched on at the 4th African Regional Science, Technology and Innovation held in Kigali in March 2022, following a call to transform our universities to become providers of goods and services, which was made previously in the STI Forum of 2020 in Zimbabwe. Currently, we have 41 members across Africa. The purpose of the alliance is to encourage universities to promote, nurture, and drive entrepreneurship and business development within the institution in the region and beyond. The alliance also envisions successful development of entrepreneurial universities in the African continent through collective and aligned engagement, partnerships, and support in encouraging universities to become entrepreneurial in nature. Out of the 41 formal members, Kenya has got 11 universities, South Africa 9, Ethiopia 4, Ghana 3, and then we have one each from Botswana, Burundi, Cameroon, Egypt, Eswatini, Lesotho, Libya, Malawi, Senegal, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. Collectively, currently, over about 1.5 million students are members. And I can see some of the members of the Alliance who are seated here today. As we move to the conclusion, we are going to have the 3rd forum of the Alliance here in Kenya, which I would encourage, and I'm sure Prof here will be welcoming you. I hope he has a chance on between 14th and 18th October, where we are forging reliable, sustainable, and long-term partnerships through moving towards 1 million startups and 100 billion in revenue, as set in the Agenda 2063. So this is a big event which I'm calling upon all of you to be able to register and be able to attend so that you can showcase your innovation across Africa. I know Tony will be one of the speakers. He will be very vibrant there to give us more information about Kenya and NIL. Thank you. The objectives of the forum will be to identify secrets behind successful and long-term partnerships, reveal strategic policy, regulatory, and administrative arrangements for partnerships. I'm finishing.
I just want to stand next to you.
Yes. Highlight and diffuse. Okay, let me not read this. I think the members can see. And finally, the current challenges of funding is dependence on government funding and limitations. We have discussed that. We have inadequate research funding, limited industry partnerships, and those are the challenges that are bedeviling our universities, which we need to sort out. Importers are not go. This has been discussed by the prof who was here. Common success factors. I'll share this, so I think the lessons. Let me just potential benefits of this forum and to our economy is job creation through startups, increased competitiveness in global knowledge economy, solutions to local and regional challenges through applied research. Thank you very much. I hope I have convinced all of you, number one, that the new funding model is better for us as a country. Number two, I hope that entrepreneurship will be our future discussion as we move ahead in this forum. Thank you very much.
Round of applause. And entrepreneurship should not just be our future conversation, it should be our conversation today, because that's what we're aiming at. Thank you very much, Geoffrey Monari. I have a question for you, but I think you will answer it later. Things happen in life, and you might be in Riara today, and tomorrow you are zero. Your parents have nothing. COVID happened, nothing. So what happens? How do you mitigate that? How do you ensure that students do not respond? Because we know your responses are lengthy. We will see you later.
If even you are banded in the wrong band as we go into the process, because we have discovered that many students, because it's the first time they have gotten access to internet, they ask people to fill for them. So you find them in the wrong band. They don't attach this sponsorship. There's an appeal process. You go back to where you applied, you appeal. If circumstances change, even now, you still go back to the appeal process and appeal, and we shall be able to evaluate you again and give you and band you properly. So there's a recourse to any process or any band that you have been put in place.
Thank you very much. I think that was helpful. We have had quite a wonderful session from morning until until now, 1 o'clock, which is supposed to be lunchtime, but it is not. So I think all of us feel inspired from the conversations we've had, isn't it? And I think one of the things that have really stood out is that for us to move forward is that we have to work collaboratively. And we're working collaboratively in our different spaces and also the different state departments working together, because we're in it together, aren't we? Allah? I'm here alone. Are we in it together? Yes, there's no way that education can just work by itself when they're educating the youths and the youths are in a different state department. So we all have to work collaboratively, and that is the way that we can move forward. I think by the conversations I've had with Geoffrey now, I feel like we're in the mood to debate. Are you not? You guys, do we go back for tea and come back? Are you in the mood to debate? All right, so let me see by a show of hands the people who are pro-university. 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 You support university to get a high revenue out of innovation. Okay, and those who are pro-innovators. I think we will use sound. We will use the words of our mouth. We will be like God and create with the words of our mouth. So let me hear a who from the pro-innovators. Guys, come on. This is our livelihood. This is our intellectual property we are championing for. Let me hear a big who from the innovators. 1, 2, 3, go. Let me hear now from the people who, we will not say they're exploiting, but let me hear from the people who have taught the innovators to become innovative and innovate the things they have innovated. All those who are pro-universities, let me hear a who. Hey, it is very weak. I think we should start that debate, shouldn't we? Let's start the debate, and this debate is going to be moderated by Derry Dean Dadzi. Hey. No, if you're a Gen Z or a millennial, you know that name Dadzi. Round of applause to Derry Dean Dadzi, the CEO of Inheritors Lab, from all the way from Ghana. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. What did you say? Asante. But you said when you're a Gen Z, does it mean something? What does it mean? Because where I'm from, does it mean steel or metal? So does it, steel, something very strong. Yeah, so thank you very much. And today, we're going to have a very, very fiery conversation. Already when the question was asked, who should get more money? There was, like, I don't know whether it was a tie or the innovators thought that they needed more money. But this is a very, very critical topic that has to be had, or a critical conversation that has to be had. And the conversation borders on how innovation and innovation commercialization has evolved, becoming ventures, there's a conversation around IP, and the key question is, how do we ensure that money moves in a way that is fair, that also brings about, how do we ensure that when money is made, it is channeled appropriately, and we can have on the one hand, the researchers and the universities can have enough resources to drive to drive new ideas for innovation, and also on the other hand, the innovators, those who are also coming up with new ideas, will have enough resources to be incentivized to continue to innovate. And on the subject, we have 4 key persons who will be helping us strike the right balance. But before I move on, we are going to do one quick exercise. And what's the exercise? We're going to take a vote. And we want to make it live and in color. We want to bring transparency. So I would like you to pop up the code. So you need to visit app.slide.do. So app.sli.do. And then when you visit it, enter this code and then vote. So they're going to showcase where the vote is. We'll see it before we start the debate. And then, after that, we'll see whether there's any change of mind, and we'll see who won the debate. And this is how the debate format is going to be. We're going to have the first round, where the speakers for the debate for university would make their submission, and then we give a chance for the speaker, one of the speakers, the first speaker for innovators, to make his submission. Then we come back, and then the second speaker for the university will make a submission. Then the second speaker for the innovators will make their submission. Then we give room for rebuttal, where the speaker for innovators will make a submission, and then the speaker for the universities will also make their submission. And they will come to the conclusion where the speaker for the university will make a submission, and then the final conclusion, the speakers for the innovator will make the submission. Then we'll give a chance to the audience to also wade into the conversation to see where their perspective is. And then at the end of the whole conversation, we take a final poll to see whether there was a change of mind and who won. So on that note, I'd like to invite the on the podium the pro-university speakers, Mr. or Dr. Stephen Kugu, Executive Director of Victoria Ventures. We need more energy. You know, if you are for the university point here, your debatant, you need to really clap harder to ginger them up. So, Dr. Stephen Kugu, pro-university. And then we have also Professor Penina Alo Abudo, pro-university. Wow. Then for pro-innovator, we have Dr. Elijah Museve, founder, head of Juice Enterprises. Pro-innovator. By the way, Professor Penina is the Vice Chancellor for Masai Mara University. And then also for innovator, we have Professor Prabhu Rojagopal. For innovator. Right, so we're going to move straight into the debate. Can I see Eric? Can you pop up the vote on Slido? Is it possible to pop up the live vote on Slido, whether people are voting? Are you voting? Where do you stand? We want to find out, when it comes to the revenue generated from commercialization income, who should get the higher percentage of the revenue? Is it the university or the innovator? So we want to see who is leading. So those who went on the app.sli.do, you enter the number, app.sli.do, you enter the number, which is 809-3866. And then you can vote, app.sli.do. You enter the number 809-3866, and then you vote. Who should get more money? Is it the university or the innovator? Who should get more money? So let me... Yes, so we're going to start a debate. And we're going to start with pro-university, the first speaker. Who should get more of the money? I think you should use the podium, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Now, I need to make some statements before I start my debate. I trained as a lawyer, and as a lawyer, when you're given someone to defend, you defend them. So I am going to defend the universities all the way. So my innovators are the back. Today I'm on the university side. Okay, brilliant. So I'll start. And I feel like I've been taken back to my high school days, yeah, for debate. So I'm going to make 3 key submissions to all of you as to why the universities should be getting the lion's share of any commercialization funding that comes out. And I like that Mr. Geoffrey Monari already set the stage for this conversation. You all saw how much scholarship, how much investment the government, through the universities, is making every single year into each of the different innovators. Both the ones who are going to be successful at the end and are going to have a unicorn or something commercializable, and those that will not have anything. So let me give you the numbers, because I tried to do them, just top of the envelope. If, for instance, a student goes to Strathmore University, the tuition fee that they would pay per year is probably around 500,000 shillings. If they went to a public university for a similar course, the price would be 30%, slightly less. That's around 370,000 or thereabouts. Now, if you look at this, the government is going to sponsor almost 70%, between 50 and 70% of that figure. right? If you take that amount of money over a period of time, and I calculated this, the government is easily making an investment of each and every student of around 180,000 shillings. Let me use dollars just because we have some speakers here who may not understand. Almost 1,500 USD per student per year. Now, if you take into account that every year we have around 500,000 students who are being taken through each university, public universities, that total amount comes to $415 million that the university is investing in the students every single year. Now, here comes the question. How does the university get compensated for this? How does the government get compensated for the amount of risk, the amount of investment that it is putting in? Let's imagine there's a private entity that was investing $415 million every single year, right? And after investing that consistently, there's a unicorn that comes out. That unicorn is somewhere back there. Would that unicorn, would that private entity take a 15% compensation? They would go for the 85% compensation, right? This is not only an argument that I share. So there's a nice economist who's done quite a bit of work around this in the public policy space. There's a nice book that I recommend to all of you, The Entrepreneurial State, by Professor Mariana Mazzucato of University College London. She's written a whole book about how we look at investment by government through universities into innovation and how much it's not taken into consideration. It's looked at, and I'll use the words that Mr. Geoffrey Monari spoke about. We're giving this to you for free. But no, we're not giving it to you for free. This is investment, and we need to get compensated as a government for the investment you're making. So she looked at different investments, different technologies that have been put out into the world, in the US. Now, did you know that out of the innovation that you use for GPS, Global Positioning System, the US government invested $12 billion. But guess who got to reap the benefits for that? Google, through Google Maps. Did you know that every year, the National Institute of Health in the US invests $45 billion into healthcare? They did a research and they found that out of the 210 drugs that were approved by the FDA between 2010 and 2016, each of those drugs had gotten access to the innovations that came in through that funding. How did the government get compensated? No, they did not get compensated. All that went to the big pharma. That's my first point. So where there is risk, where there's investment, there has to be compensation. And so I argue that the universities have to get the lion's share of the compensation. I have 2 minutes, okay. I'm almost done. My second point. Now you might be thinking, we're just cooking up all these numbers. But this is actually, if you go to global best practice, some of the universities are actually getting compensated for the level of investment they're making. I had a look at Cambridge University in the UK, which is one of the top universities. Now, I wish I could have projected the numbers here, but they have two frameworks that they use for compensation of either the institution or the innovator. On one framework, they say, if anyone uses the resources within the institutions, this is how they're going to be compensating. Once the revenues are in, the first £100,000, the inventor will get 90%, and combined, the university will get 10%. That's between the department and the Cambridge enterprise. However, as the amounts increase, the university starts getting a bit more income. When the next 100,000, 60% to the inventor, 40% to the university. When the amount goes to above £200,000, 34% to the inventor and 66% to the university. Now, of course, what you want is you want to make sure that you encourage innovation. And so for the first amounts that are coming in, you want to make sure you compensate your innovators, you encourage them to participate. But once the pie is significantly bigger, you want to make sure that you compensate the university for the level of effort and the level of risk that it took. My second point is done. My last point, reinvestment in education and research. Let's just imagine that out of the $415 million that I spoke about every single year that is invested in universities, by universities into inventors, let's imagine that money were to come back. Let's imagine we have a couple of unicorns that come out of that. Now, if those unicorns go to my opposers on this side, I have to do that as we did in high school. What would happen? Do you think they would reinvest this in all the other innovations across the country? No, they would not do that. What they would do is that they would put it in some tax havens. They would enjoy life as themselves. And maybe they'll decide that 10% of that we're going to give as a foundation. But 90% we'll keep for the posterity of our future. Now, if this money goes back to the universities, if 85% goes back to the university, what do you expect is going to happen? That money is going to be reinvested in school fees for any person who cannot afford anything. It's going to be reinvested into research, into innovation, and guess what's going to happen? We're going to make our country better. And so, I want to urge my colleagues on the other side to cross the floor and join me in supporting this motion that universities indeed should get the higher portion of the income that is generated for commercialization income. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So yes, Stephen, you can stand by some internal request. I'm told that this battle should be a standing battle and should not be a sitting battle. So the debaters could actually stand so that when it's your turn, you just move to the podium. Right, so I will entreat the debaters to stand so that we can put some fire in the debate. So yes, the debate first speaker from the innovation space. Yes, pro innovator.
Thank you very much, Bwana Gugu. But I will begin first by indicating that Gugu has gone into a space that is likely not to win. One, it is our civil duty to pay taxes, and it is the obligation of the government to use our taxes in a manner to promote development, fairness, and equity across the board. So, by the university paying me as an innovator more does not distinguish or diminish the principal role of the government of ensuring that education runs, people are provided with security, roads are made, and the innovators are supported. That is why. Let me begin my first point so that I can debunk what the learned friend has said. One, we need to understand what is the innovation space. Innovation space has certain determinants. There is the government, of course. There is the interlinkages of the innovations. There is the research and the development space. And of course, there is the knowledge absorption. How easy do we use that particular innovation to solve and bring, development in our societies and communities? For our example, our M-Pesa concept. I believe and trust that the KCB person is still around. When the M-Pesa concept was developed initially, as it would be among the monopolies or the oligopolies, the approach was to fight the M-Pesa concept. It was actually a social innovative approach for financial inclusivity to serve those particular spaces in the society that had been left out of the usual commercial banking institutions. So what happened? They fought it and perceived it as a competitor. Least did they know that it was coming to be a business enabler, And today, as she said in the morning, they transact about 80% of their businesses and their banking through the M-Pesa platform. Innovators muko hapa? Munasikia namna hiyo? So, are you saying, were it not for that then, the kind of financial inclusivity that we are currently experiencing in the country will not be there? Then, let's come back to what the innovator does to the society. To the society, he provides a solution that the society needed but did not provide. To the university, the innovator causes enhanced visibility, improved index ranking, and impact created by the employment opportunities generated. That's why I'm saying the innovator should be paid more than what the university gets. Let's consider our case in the space of the policy framework. For example, developed nations, and going by the, for example, our mother, that's United Kingdom. They are currently implementing an innovation strategy that is supposed to be ending in 2035. It is anchored on 4 pillars, considering people, technologies, places, and institutions. They have provided a framework and support system for the innovators. Look at the Japanese case. They have a framework called triple helix model that brings together the government, the innovators, and the industry. They provide a framework and a supportive environment for the innovators to thrive. Look at the USA, the Bayh-Dole Act of 1980, and the subsequent innovation support acts. For example, the Innovation and Competition Act of 2021 and the European Union, the current strategy which is ending by the end of this year, the strategy 2020-2024. You know, they have harnessed the ecosystem for innovation and provide conducive environment for innovators to thrive, because the economy is all about innovation, and the universities, of course, through the innovators, contribute significantly to the GDP of those particular countries. So I make my case, before I get into the proportions of sharing, that the innovator should be paid more than the university.
Thank you very much. So we have the second speaker for Pro University.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I like the last speaker because he has actually supported the universities. He has supported the universities and he has made my work very easy, because he's saying that the innovator is doing research to provide solutions to the society. How will solutions be provided to the society if we give the innovator 85% of the money? It can only be done if that money is plowed back to the university for more research, more innovation, more solutions. So please, I would like you to just cross over and maybe take my seat here. Mr. Moderator, my work has been made very easy because, secondly, my colleague went through investment, how much is spent when somebody starts education from pre-unit all the way to university until they become an innovator. The government spends millions of shillings. The government takes a risk because we don't know what will happen. But if we are lucky, they'll become innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, Once the government spends all these things, then the university even complements the government by giving the innovator a lab space, facilities, time to do that work. How else is the university going to benefit if we give the innovator 85%? With all the effort and all the support that we have given the innovator, you are telling a vice chancellor like me, now give the innovator 85% and take only 15%. No. Last, before I sit down, because mine was very straightforward. You know, research is for social good. We have to agree on that. If research is for social good, it is for social good. There is no way you can change research to be for an individual good. But do I have to explain that one? I don't have to explain it further than that. Research is for societal good. So it remains like that. Innovators, hold your horses, let's innovate, let the university get the 85%, and you get your 15%, and you be confident with that. Last but not least, your guys are soon crossing over to us. Last but not least, the innovator. The innovator. When you innovate, you don't innovate with your identity. Most of us who have seen the innovations that come from the university, I'll use Moi University, my colleague is here. A professor from Moi University invents. They don't say Professor Penina Law. A professor from Moi University. Are you not using the university brand? You're using the brand. What does Moi University get from using that brand? The 85%. So I want to rest my case by saying, the innovators, please allow us to take 85% and you get your 15% because you are using our brand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let me mention that you can still vote. I can mention the initial vote that we got from the first side. On the first side, the initial vote, the universities had 21% and the innovators had 79%. Wait, but that was pre the debate. So after the debate, we'll take another poll and see whether the ties were shipped. Dr. Prabhu.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deridin. Happy to be here. I must introduce myself because I am a professor at a university, but I've been asked to speak for innovators. So I'm a professor of mechanical engineering at IIT Madras, which happens to be India's #1 research-led university for 9 years in a row. Now, I am also a startup founder. I have created 5 startups to date, and I have over 30 granted IPs myself. Yeah. So I am also an innovator. So in this capacity, sir, I want to place a few points on record here. A lot of young people, the innovators, are here. A university has a very long life. University of Cambridge, sir, you mentioned 700 years. The working life of an innovator is maybe 15 years, right? So a university has a bigger span to succeed and be sustainable. An innovator only has 5 years to risk-proof their life, right? Innovation is very hard. It makes people go hungry. As a startup founder, I know that I cannot sleep on 31st of every month because I need to find money to pay my staff, right? It's very tough for them to survive, actually. So is the university losing by giving away 100% of what they earn to the innovator? I don't think so. And I'll answer why and how the university is also standing to gain by this. As my fellow debater also mentioned, imagine a university producing somebody like a Google or a Microsoft. The founder comes from a university. Right? We have had examples. We have had the founders of India's biggest software company called Infosys. And all of them were alumni of IIT Madras. And that's our claim to fame. As he says, that fame actually builds in a lot more. And I'll rest my case with just one point. Just this last week, one of our alumni, he was also an innovator, he has given the single largest grant in the history of any IIT in India, which happens to be about 35 million USD as a donation to the university. And that happened because he was enabled to innovate, and that is larger than any of the grants we universities make from the government. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go on the second round, and we are taking the rebuttals. So, Pro University.
Things are getting heated, eh? So I'm just curious, how much is that innovator worth? When he gave $35 million, is he probably worth $1 billion? So he just gave 3%? He gave 1%. Let's reverse that and let's ask ourselves what the universities would have done with $3.5 billion. No, not 3.5, that is $350 million. That would have gone to support more students. Now I have a question for you. Who's the richest person in the world? Okay, let's go with Bill Gates. It's not Bill Gates, but I was coming to that, Bill Gates. How much equity do you think Bill Gates controls in Microsoft? Any number? 1.3%. 1.3%. You can Google this if you'd like to Google it. 1.3%, but still one of the richest people in the world. Do you need 99.7% to survive? Why can't you just give that back to the institutions so that they can have better good for all of us? Secondly, about the point that has been made about that the government should be using the taxes for public good. I have a question for you. Who's the largest taxpayer in this country? Safaricom. Safaricom pays almost 120 billion shillings per year in taxes every single year. It pays 35 billion in dividends to the government every single year for the 35% ownership that the government has. Now let's imagine that the Safaricom investment that was done by the government was just taken for free. All that money would not be going to the government every single year. All that money would not be funding students through universities every single year. Do I need to say more?
Thank you very much. I will also take this time to correct my friend Gugu that Safaricom is not an innovation. Safaricom is a corporate organization. So it is just paying the corporate taxes. I will say the following again, that innovator is a man who suffers, a man and a lady, who suffers from the burden of the founder. If the technology fails, the blame squarely lies on the innovator. If the technology succeeds, Kenya goes ahead to say, hallelujah, we have made a breakthrough. In the course of developing that particular technology, the innovator has certain pain points where there is an existence of lack of framework for support. He is the one to file the patent and pay from his pocket. He is the one to process and incubate the innovation. He is the one to test the market and launch the product. He is the one to do market analysis of the performance of that particular product so that it can inform additional research to improve the quality or performance. In the absence of support, the innovator experiences what is called the sunk cost, dead cost, associated with that particular what? Innovation. So by the time the innovation makes a breakthrough, there is every reason to compensate the innovator for the past pain points, the sunk cost he incurred during the initial processes of that particular innovation. Now, what is the practice in this country? And on the selected 14 universities, we did some analysis across the board on the existing policies and the support framework for the innovations and how the commercial net benefit should be shared out. And the quite amazing thing that is only 3 out of the 14 that had some indicative sharing proportions. One of the university was proposing a share of 50-50%. 50 innovator, 50 university. But I started by saying, look at the innovation space. There are other departments in the university that has made this particular innovator succeed. There are other players outside the university that perhaps brought what is called an idea that the university has processed to a product or a service. The industry and the partners. So another university was proposing 40-60. 40-60, meaning 40 to the innovator, 60 to the university. But with no clear initial support structure. And perhaps the university that came close enough to being fair was one that was proposing 50% to the innovator, 20% to the university, 25% to the department or school in which that particular innovator is found in, and 5% for purposes of sustainability and creating the innovation culture within the university, to 5% to create an endowment fund. That was a model. The practice across the globe. When you look at the University of Tennessee Research Foundation revenue sharing models, they have adopted a graduated revenue sharing model. They say between $0 to $5,000, the inventor should take 100%. But while they're proposing this, the university and the research foundation has absorbed all the upstream cost associated with that particular innovation. Then 0% to university, 0% to department, and 0% to the university endowment fund. Between $5,000 to $1 million, they proposed 40% goes to the innovator, 15% goes to the university, and 15% to the department, and 30% establishment of an endowment fund. Amount exceeding 1 million, 35% goes to the innovator, 20% goes to the university, 20% to the department, and 25% to the research fund or endowment fund. And in so saying, they have also considered the age of the innovator and factored it in here, that the university is an artificial person that is supposed to act and exist in perpetuity, but the innovator will die at some point. And that's the very reason why they are giving a higher proportion to the innovator. Thank you very much.
So now we're doing the conclusions.
I like my opponent because of the contradictions that he makes, but that's okay, it's good for me. Now, he mentioned something like the innovator suffers. I wanted him to elaborate on that. How does the innovator suffer? When we give them a conducive environment to do their work, we give them space, we give them time to do all this and innovate. How then do they suffer? I would have liked him to elaborate on that. Secondly, I just want to remind the innovators, I'm not going to go into statistics. What is the university mandate? Teaching, research, thank you, and community outreach. If you are employed in the university, what is your role? You're supposed to teach, research, and do community outreach. Innovation is part of that. So do I have to give you 85% when actually you're doing your work and I'm paying you the salary? How? How? As I conclude, Mr. Moderator, my immediate colleague says that they lack support. In the absence of support that the university gives to us as innovators, it goes without saying that we need to be given 85%. I wonder what kind of support they need. They have all the support to innovate. That's why I said he is good because he's contradicting himself, and when I come, I nullify what he has said. Now, if you listen to Mr. Monari said, before the new funding model, and my peers is here, he can bear me witness, about 23 universities were technically insolvent. 23 out of 42. Thanks to the new funding model that is now improving our financial status. If you innovators were innovating the way you should, and who are getting the 85%, universities would be having enough money to run the institutions. So I want to put it clearly to my opponents, please, let us not waste time here. Cross over, and we have you get your 15%, you get comfortable with that, you be satisfied with that, and we as the university, we get our 85%. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. And are you seeing some shift in your mindset around the subject? Okay. Professor Prabhu, your conclusion.
Thank you. I would like to, actually he's calling it a conclusion, but I think I'm going to match fire with fire. So, how are innovators suffering? I'll say that, ma'am. Innovators actually, their entire life is suffering. Although university provides space, university provides facilities, innovators are grateful for that, but it is the innovator who takes loan or they take investment from investors and they are accountable to them. If the innovator fails, they can go to jail. It happens, right? They have to mortgage their family property to be able to pay back the money that they have taken. And so there's a lot of suffering in an innovator's life, primarily because of the nature of business. There is boom and bust. There is not going to be a stable revenue and income for them. And so they have to raise investment to grow their ventures. And that's where the suffering comes from in managing the vagaries of the venture process. Now, on the other hand, you, sir, mentioned that Bill Gates was only, even with 1%, he is very rich. But the reality is, there is so much poverty in this world that we need many more numbers of Bill Gates out there. That we need a lot more number of billionaires out there. And indeed, if we had that billion with us, or all the wealth, that 99% that Microsoft is worth, honestly, we wouldn't know what to do with that kind of money, right? We have every day alumni coming to us wanting to give anywhere between 15 to 20 million in our university. And there are very few professors who want to take that kind of money because we don't know what to do with that kind of money. The reason is that the universities work at grassroots. We do not need that kind of money. What we need is some money for facilities, for teaching, for research. We do not work at scale. On the other hand, companies work at scale. Microsoft today is in every country in the world, right? So they need that kind of money because they need to operate in that way. Universities don't need that kind of money. We can live with 1% of what they're making, 0.5% of what they're making, right? And finally, I would like to rest my case with this point, that we should not take models that are being used in the first world or the global north, Cambridge or Stanford or MIT, blindly, because the quality of life there is so much different than the quality of life here, right? So the life of an average innovator here is they are coming in from a poor background. They do not have enough financial support. They are perhaps the first person to go to the university from their families. They have to manage their finances and also the finances of the company. And so we cannot take those kinds of models and apply them here. We need to be working in a model where we need to have win-win for everyone. Kushinda Pamoja, right? So everybody benefits. The university benefits, the innovator benefits, and the best way to do that is to take less, allow them to go run away with more, and then we wait for our reward in the long term when they become a billionaire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See, as I sat there, my head was just going this way. On one hand, when the pro-university speaks, I support them. Then the pro-innovators who come and speak and I support them. So right now, I'm hanging in the balance. The Slido number change, the number to vote change, it was posted on the screen. The reason we changed the number was that we wanted to make sure that we can actually project the live results. So now we are done with the debate, but we have 5 minutes for the audience to make an input. We don't want any election interference. So yes, we have like 5 minutes. If you are in the audience and you have a reflection or you have an input, kindly let us see your hand up and then we'll bring you the microphone. But the audience, you're allowed to talk for only 30 seconds. Okay.
Okay, starting now.
All right.
On the ground, it is context specific. I'm neither for the university or for the innovator. With a context. In 2009, and I am glad Professor Oromanas Odhiambo is here, who saw the progress of JKUAT. With the first financing of 49,000 Kenya shillings, that's about $400. And the following year, we got 253,000 Kenya shillings. That's just about $1,600. We were able to move so many innovations to commercial stage. But that was a specific type of innovations. Now, come 2020, 2021, 2023, in the medical innovation space, where one startup or one innovation can cost you hundreds of millions before you get it to production. Now, who will be able to finance this? The institution has already covered 200 million for a single startup. So if I was for the innovator, I lose. If I'm for the university, I lose. I would rather be counted in the fact that I consider the specific context of every innovation and therefore negotiate on the basis of what is coming into this, rather than on a specific straitjacket for who should take the bigger portion of what comes out of it. And for this purpose, let's look at it as in context for every innovation considered. Thank you.
So he's saying that from a policy perspective, just wait. See what, they say the sweetness of the pudding is in the eating. So see what is available and then now negotiate. That's his opinion. That's his position. Yeah, Amma? Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. So creating an innovation, which is where universities facilitate, takes you maybe about 15% of the way to actually making money. There's a lot of work that has to be done to turn that innovation into actual money. Right. And that's where the sweetness is. If not, then we would have had so many patents and
startups, etc. And so there needs to be incentives for people who are able to make that journey. And many times you'll find that it's when innovators are incentivized that they are able to partner with people who can enable that journey to be made. If universities insist on taking the higher percentage, what will happen is that they will become graveyards of patent and research because the incentive is not enough for a professor who has a full teaching load to now go make friends with VCs, to now understand licensing and be able to protect IP with a TT office at the university. And so because of that, because we're an early stage continent, and we need to have an incentive for professors to become smart negotiators, we need to give them more money.
We need to give people more money.
The innovators.
The innovators.
So university
okay.
professors, students, the people actually coming up with the innovations, and then the institutions backing them need to take less for now. When we have a more vibrant market and we can know, what the quantities, then negotiations can be redone. But at this early stage, we need to give more to the innovators.
Thank you very much, Amma. Where's the microphone going?
Good afternoon. Fanny Sambutz from Riara University. And what I would say from the discussion, like Stephen gave the slide model, where you start with 90% giving to the innovator, then the university gets more and more. And I would say Professor Mseve was also agreeing with that to some extent. But where you were saying the university, where the university has provided a framework, there are resources and there's a lot of support. So I think it's working in collaboration. And if we do that, it's a win-win. Otherwise, if the university has to take 85%, then there will be no innovation, as one of the contributors just said. So it's a collaboration.
Thank you very much. I think the microphone handlers, they should also look at the front. Because the persons at the front are not getting the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. My name is Odiambo. Yesterday, we had a discussion from the keynote speaker today in the morning, and he was talking about inclusive entrepreneurial university.
Right.
What I did understand is that you require the university to create a space, to create an environment for these researchers, which eventually move to be innovators and eventually going to the community to touch and transform the community. I stand for collaboration, just like my sister said. We need each and everyone. Universities need these people who are innovative, but the innovators need also the university really to support them, and therefore, I stand that for some of my professors in Meru University of Science and Technology, we will give them some little money to motivate them, but they must know that the mothers and the father is actually the university, and so I support the university, but at the same time putting that entrepreneurial inclusivity in what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So he supports the universities getting more money. So the last point, okay.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Wangeshu Wahome. I am both a lawyer supporting innovators, and I've also worked with innovators as well as supporting the higher education. So I just want to give my insight a little bit. I do get a lot of people, and I make a lot of questions for people. Why don't you protect IP when you're in hackathons, when you're showcasing, and you do have the opportunity within the universities to actually register them for free? Because institutions are offering that. And the feedback we get, especially from the student innovators, is they're afraid of some of these policies. They're afraid that if we do go that direction, then we actually own innovation. And for me, it's always a challenge. How do you actually create resources and access, and in a way that these students, or even the lecturer innovator, will actually be free and feel comfortable to come register? Because the alternative is they are actually innovating, but then you as the universities are not benefiting. So they prefer to go and register them somewhere else, commercialize somewhere else. But if you had actually created an avenue where even if you're getting 15% and they're getting a bigger share, you're still getting something. Otherwise, they will innovate outside school or fail to innovate within your systems at all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we need to strike the right balance. Do you want to know my position? Who should get more money? My position is, please, have you entered the code and have you voted? Can you project the new code? Has anybody shifted their position based on the debate? No. Right. So when I did it, on the first poll, the innovator had 79% of the vote. And then now, the innovators have 65% of the vote. That means that the pro-university actually did a very good job to swing vote from their side. So let's give them a round of applause. Wow. 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 They were able to actually swing. So how many of you changed your minds? Oh, actually, some people actually changed their minds. Wow. That was a very good job, pro-university. That was a very, very good job. So on that note, we brought the debate to an end. But what is critical is that we need to really explore. What did you say? You want to say something? Okay. Okay, yes, please.
And that is assuming that I'll be the last to talk.
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing is that this was a very good exercise, particularly for the leaders of the universities. And I think it has exposed quite a lot of interesting things that needs to be considered when you are developing institutional IP policies, because one of the things is really how to divide the revenue. But I wanted to mention 3 take-homes. The first one is that there is no revenue to share if there is no commercialization.
Right.
You can spend 2 years talking about, is it 50%? Is it 70%? Okay? Until there is commercialization, there is nothing to do what? To share. So that is the first take-home. Now, the second take-home is that the government is investing in both universities and also the innovators. To the government, it is not the issue of how much is going to the university and how much is going to the innovator. The government is keen on the impact. What is the return on investment for every $1 that is put in R&D? That return is 0 if commercialization is 0. Again, another take-home for you. Now, the last one is that it is not about 85%. It is about the numbers. If you commercialize one innovation and struggle to share the 1 million that came out of that innovation. It is a totally different thing if you commercialize 500 innovations and you want to share 1 billion USD.
Mm.
And universities have to make strategic decisions on how to get the 1 billion and not the 1 million. And finally, commercialization cannot succeed without the involvement of the innovator. By the way, I'm not voting, I'm just giving you facts. That the process will start, the universities may have all the infrastructures that are required to support scaling up and conversion of products into innovation. But that journey, as was mentioned there, cannot succeed without active involvement of the innovator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that rounds up for us. So we want to take the final poll. Can you project it? And that will be the final. Wow. So on the final, we have the pro-innovators getting 61% of the vote, and the pro-university getting 39% of the vote. So you still continue to swing. You've really done a great job. Thank you very much. And on that note, I'd like to say a very big thank you for indulging us, and hopefully when we go back to our institutions, we get the chance to strike the right balance. We get to focus on creating the value. Then we can now figure out how to share the spoils of income. Thank you very much.
Round of applause to these amazing people who have relived their high school days. Back in the day as debaters, we used to say very fancy things when we were just about to do a submission. I remember, I have a very fond memory of once when I was debating, and just to scare my opponents, I began by saying, I'm as alert as the two Greek gods, Apollo and Artemis, and I'm ready to oppose this motion, and then blah, 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 blah. And we saw that Guru was trying that. So, but one thing I would like to say, even if Chairman has finished, it's really sumbuad me a little bit. When you look at the home scenario, when you're at home and you're being raised by your parents, and Professor here likened the university to Baba na Mama. But if the university is Baba na Mama, just ask yourself, what percentage of revenue do you share with your parents? For the investment they have done in your life, the risks they have taken in your life, then you will just agree with me that the university should just tender wema, aende zake. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now preparing ourselves to go for the breakaway sessions. We have two amazing sessions happening during this breakaway, and we have one that is going to be taking place here. That is, the session is on financing for innovation, private and public sector. That will be happening right here in this space. Then we shall be having another breakaway session that will be happening at Arabuko. And Arabuko, you will have to get out, go as if you are going for tea, but don't go for tea. Go on this other side on the right. It's just it's a building right there, Arabuko. That's where we're going to be having the second breakaway session. And it is on industry engagement for innovators. And, but before we break away, we're going to have a photo session here. And we'll just have a few people do it real quickly, so our camera people be on standby, so that we can have this done very, very, very fast, and then we can break away. And then after that, after the breakaway sessions, then we shall break away again for lunch. All right? But first, let's break away for this photo session. So we shall begin with our chief guests plus the board members, and we will have them here. Our chief guests together with the board members. Our camera people, are we on standby? Are we in position? Yes. Very nice, very nice. Let's go up, please, for the sake of, let's go up. Ladies, if you're feeling offended, let's make sure we are in this board next year. Cameraman, just let me know if you have taken the photo with a thumbs up. All right, please don't leave. We will have the NEIL Council members also join in this photo. Let's have the NEIL Council members also join in this photo. Ah, this is where the ladies are. Lovely. Thank you, Rukia.
Just to re-clarify on the instructions, so the first line stands here, then we can still have a few that stand behind you. That's why we have a staircase. So we can have...
Lovely. Professor Laban, please give us a smile. Give us a smile, Professor Laban. Lovely. Please, let's not leave. We will finally be joined by the 5 VCs who are part of the institutional support group. The 5 VCs who are part of the institutional support group, please, let's have them all. Or maybe let's just have all the VCs who are in the building. All the VCs in the house. Please, let's just join for this picture. While that is happening, I would just request that all of us to stand and come close by here, and we will take a group photo. Please, let's all stand up and come to this mid-session here. All of us, let's come and join in this mid-session, please. Just standing over there. Finally, let's have the CEO of Cambridge to come join this photo. Karibu, CEO of Cambridge, Karibu. Thank you so much, sir. Who's sitting on this? Here so that you guys can turn that and the camera guy can be on the other side. Please, ladies and gentlemen, as they're taking this final photo, let's all just gather here together. We can have a group photo. Please, let's all gather here in the middle and we will have a group photo. Let's try and be quick, please, so that we can have our breakaway sessions and keep time. We are 1 hour behind, guys. So let's move quickly and just stand here. In the mid area, we are going to have a photo. Okay. Are we good? Everybody, let's join the stage. Join the stage, please. Find a position. I know we are many, but we will still fit. Yeah. Let's go behind. The tall ones can also stand behind. All right, cameraman, please advise us. Please, let's join the photo. Cameraman, advise us on the positioning. Do we need to move everything because we have guys who can help us? Do we need to move something? floor managers, please help us to move this table real quick. Let's move this table as well, kindly. Let's help each other to move that table. Almost there, guys, almost there. Keep those smiles, please. Don't lose the smiles. We go for it. I think we've got really tall people who could go to the back over there. Sir, we can still see you from that side. Look here, you might want to stand right over there. The lady in red, stand right next to the lady in white. This lady in red. The lady in red is dancing for us. Do we have everyone in frame? We are ready for the photo. Are you ready? You're not ready? Okay, we say CEIL Summit 2024 in the count of 1, 2, 3, go for it. That photo looks awful, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks awful because you guys are not even saying it. Aren't you happy about innovation? And on the count of 3, we go for it, please. 1, 2, 3, go for it. We have it. Congratulations, you did well. Now, just a point to note. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be receiving your meal card as you exit. Make sure that you get your meal card as you exit. All right? Also, make sure you're wearing your badge. You might not get served if you're not wearing your badge. Kindly have your badge and pick a meal card on your way out. Ladies and gentlemen, sound. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly, 1 second, please. Let me just communicate something in clarity. Just 1 second. If you can hear me, please clap once. All right, silence for a minute so that I explain something. The breakaway sessions are 2, and you get to pick the one you want to attend, all right? So there's one that is happening here, the breakaway session on financing for innovation, private and public sector. It will be happening here. So if that is your interest, please come back here after lunch. And those who want to go to the breakaway session, industry engagement for innovators, it will be happening in the other room on the other side. Okay? Thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
Okay, guide us.
Good afternoon. So this is what we'll start with as the music plays. And then when they reach this part, you do this. Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause to our two volunteers who were able to guide us to the energizer for this afternoon session. So the only problem with having conversations in the afternoon when people are tired and the environment itself is, cozy for sleeping, is the afternoon speakers actually just have to be interesting, right? And the conversation just has to be interesting. But before we actually introduce the afternoon session, I'd like to pose a challenge. What is the theme of this year's CEIL Summit? Youth, job, wealth creation, and through innovation. Which is the first word that the theme starts with? The first word, not the letter. Turn around in your table and tell me how many young people we have in the room. According to the Kenyan, because we're in Kenya, you know Kenyans have cheat codes. And you say, oh, we are youthful. I hear you. But according to the statistics, see, we're in research. See, we're talking about research. What is the percentage of people below the age of 35 years in Kenya? 70 what? 70 what? I'm not hearing it out. See, say it with the same vibrancy as that number sounds. 70 what? 74%. This is just a challenge to the people in the room, that every single time we have such important conversations, and we're having conversations about youth, jobs, innovation, entrepreneurship, it is ideal to have young people in the room. According to the Kenyan population, young people are between what age bracket? What age bracket? 18 to 35, right? So that's just a question to ask yourself. Are you below or above that youth age bracket? So that being a challenge is every single time we have these conversations, it is ideal to have and drive the conversation with the people that the conversation is actually targeted. This is not to target to the organizers in the room, but actually every single stakeholder, that every single time that we have these discussions in the ecosystem, are we willing to take chances with the young people? We're heading to the afternoon session to talk about finance and innovation. This finance and innovation is about the young people that are also innovators, and they're actually being nurtured in the institutions that most of the people in this room are actually coming from. So as we head to the afternoon session today, a lot of the speakers in the morning talked about entrepreneurship being a culture A culture that should not just be nurtured by one partner who is the institution, but it is a culture for the ecosystem, from the private sector, public sector, the government, the innovators themselves, and the community itself, including the development partners that are supporting a lot of these initiatives. So in the same spirit, as we talk about financing and innovation, it is one thing to say the government can do this, but it is also another thing to acknowledge the limitation that every single partner is able to put on the table. So for that, I would like to invite Ian Korongo, who is the Manager, Innovation and Commercialization from Kenya, to actually lead the afternoon discussion of financing for innovation between the private and public sector. Thank you very much. Ian, welcome on stage. A round of applause to Ian to make sure that we actually have an interactive, fun afternoon discussion where we do not end up sleeping, Ian.
Dennis, did you get that?
Thank you.
So mine really is to introduce Dennis. Then we take over from there with the next panel session. We are in the age of innovation, and a lot has been said in the morning about financing. And financing was actually mentioned as one of the challenges. So what do we need to do then to make sure that our groundbreaking ideas just get out of the institutions, they're off the shelves, and into the market? So with us this afternoon, we have Dennis Maloya to shed light on this critical subject. He is not just a seasoned consultant and business leader, as the CEO of Meteor Matrix and the founder of Business in the Global North. And he will reveal the best practices, practical guidelines, and discuss how well-managed innovation funds can be the engine that drives job creation and wealth creation. So if you're passionate about this, and going by the questions and conversations in the morning on funding, I think we all need to pay attention as much as it's the hour for digestion. I hope the chicken dance helped. So yeah, Dennis, please join me here and take it away. Tech team, please, could you project Dennis's presentation?
Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I need a more powerful response. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Great. That was a very good performance I saw here about the chicken dance. And I hope we can stay alert and contribute to the discussion this afternoon. So as has been said, I am Dennis Maloya, consulting with Meteor Matrix, primarily in the SME space. Aside from that, we are happy to engage with various partners as well as institutions to conduct research in various aspects. We work with a pool of experts that help us deliver valued research projects to our partners. And we're here today to talk about, oh, I'm tempted to step away from this thing. I'll try to stay here. We are going to look at financing for innovation within our universities, both private and public sector. Now, innovation is a buzzword that we've been talking about, I think, for a number of years now in Kenya. At the center of this is universities and the role that they play in fostering innovation, fostering entrepreneurship, and other initiatives for the good of the community. At the intersection of all these facets is funding that is necessary to facilitate the transition or the transfer of knowledge and technologies into the community. Now, universities obviously play a very central role in all of this. And, you know, in the last 10 months or so, no, sorry, the last 6 months or so, Kenya commissioned a study, a situation analysis of the universities in Kenya to understand their funding mechanisms for innovation. We looked beyond Kenya and went also to institutions in Southern Africa, Europe, the United States, as well as West Africa. And the findings from that were quite interesting. In South Africa, Stellenbosch University, for instance, as well as the University of Cape Town, they have structured funding mechanisms for innovation. These mechanisms, these systems assist the innovators in these institutions to execute on their innovations and help them bring the innovations to market. We also conducted our analysis of Kenyan universities, and we went to a total of 10 universities. 6 of them were public universities, two were private universities, and some of them were participating in the research to commercialization program, others were not. So we gathered quite some insights from these universities and the analysis that we conducted. So what we're seeing from the Kenyan universities is that most of them have an allocation for innovation. Okay, so all of them are trying, all the universities that we visited are trying to support innovation activities by providing an allocation of funds to those activities, to that end. What is varying across all these universities is that most of them are at different stages of formalizing these initiatives. So not all of them have well-structured funding mechanisms, even though they are able to allocate some funding to these institutions. What we're also able to find was that some institutions are facing challenges. Actually, all our institutions were facing challenges in terms of meeting the national mandate of providing adequate funding to innovation processes and outcomes. Now, what is this that we're talking about? Innovation funding frameworks. Innovation funding frameworks really encompasses a number of activities in the innovation ecosystem. Okay, this is not merely a financial mechanism for innovation, but it entails quite a number of processes. So everything from business advice, because in the innovation space, primarily as it is promoted, you know, it's supposed to be a multidisciplinary approach to innovation. So every discipline within the university is able to be innovative and produce innovative ideas that can be transferred and translated to viable products for the community and society in general. And so in, can I move this a little bit? Sorry, Ian, can I move this a bit? Thank you very much for that. Sorry, I needed to be able to see the screen here. Due to the height challenge, I could not see it. I was hiding behind this thing. So the innovation funding framework, as we were saying, encompasses quite a number of things. And apart from just providing financial assistance to innovators, we provide the innovation funding framework is supposed to provide other services that help the innovators move from, thank you very much. So the innovators are supposed to get help from the innovation funding frameworks that will allow them to move from where they are in their journey to actually bringing the innovations to the market, okay? So seed funding, for instance, the innovation funding framework as a system, provides seed funding to the innovators. And why are we providing seed funding to the innovators? Innovators usually are in the early stages of their innovations and are not able to attract financing or funding from funders out there, because inherently the early stage innovators have a high rate of risk. And so investors don't want to invest in high risk innovations. And so if a university has an innovation fund, then that fund is able to identify these innovations and innovators and provide seed funding to them so that they can continue to develop, prototype, iterate, and develop their technologies. And then after this stage comes the bridge funding. This can also be provided by the innovation fund framework within the university. Bridge funding basically refers to the funding that comes in after the early stage funding. The primary impact or the desired impact is to bridge the gap between early stage funding to a time when the innovator can get, or rather secure, funding from other funders, like venture capitalists and others that are willing to take on an innovation once that innovation has a proven track record and there's evidence that that innovation can go to the market and make many returns for the investor. And so this bridging fund is really, trying to overcome the, what do we call it? The value of death situation. The value of death situation is where the bridging fund comes in. And then there's matching fund. This is, the innovation fund can provide a matching fund. This is a way of attracting other funds from the other investors. So what we're saying here really is the university says, all right, we are putting up 2 million shillings, for instance. We're putting up 2 million shillings, and would like the investors out there to match this fund 2 million shillings. The net effect of that is that there will be double the amount of money that is accessible to innovators, all right? And in the process, the innovations are de-risked, and innovators, or rather investors, can come and provide funding for those innovations. So why are we then pushing this narrative of establishing innovation funding frameworks within universities? And the answer is very simple. Okay, the traditional funding method for universities, innovation and research, seems to be very rigid, or the funders usually have a certain guideline or things that must be met, or how the funds can be used for that innovation or for that research process. The innovation funding framework solves that problem by being less regulated, let me put it that way, by being less regulated, thereby allowing the innovators to have a little bit more latitude to make decisions, iterate, fail, and start again, and move forward. Now, we're not saying they are going to be careless in this manner, but they're just going to give more flexibility for the innovators within the institutions to make more decisions and iterate their development of their prototypes and all those things and move forward. The primary goal is to not let any idea that is good stall just because there is a lack of funds. Okay, so we're establishing innovation funding frameworks within universities so that there is adequate funding to promote all sorts of innovations coming out of the universities, as long as they are aligned to the university's goals and missions. As a result of these innovations being allowed to foster and grow within the universities, we are likely to have technology transfer. Those innovations are finally going to end up in the market as commercialized products or services, and the community can benefit from that. The innovator can also benefit from the revenues that are coming from there. And once these businesses are starting to run in the ecosystem, in the economy, of course, they're going to register economic growth. And obviously that has societal impact in the ecosystem. And that is why it's very important to establish these innovation funding frameworks within the universities. Number one, they give flexibility to the management of the innovation within the universities. There's a lot of, let me put it, freedom for the innovators to act, knowing that they can get the funding when they need it. and they can get funding as compared to the traditional method where the funding would only come if the innovation has got a proven track record, proven viability. How then do you get funding? How do you fund this innovation funding framework within the university? Of course, there's government grants. There are funds that come from the government that you could tap into in establishing this fund. There's corporate sponsorship. This entails the fund, the management of the fund to reach out into the corporate world industry and secure funding for their innovations. The corporate world would be more interested in providing funding for these innovations if they know that the fund, there's transparency within the fund in terms of how funds are dispersed, who's getting it, and why are they getting it, is it on merit, and does it have an impact? Once industry understands that the money is safe and it's being put to good use, they can directly fund those innovations and in fact fund the innovation funding. Other sources are philanthropic donations, venture capital, angel investors, as well as crowdfunding. This is by no means exhaustive. You can look at all sorts of funding that is coming up, and usually, most of the time, there's usually new ideas, new funding methods that are coming up there. So keeping an eye out to see what's happening and where funding can be secured would be beneficial for any university. Strategies of effective management of innovation funds. And this is coming from the studies that we conducted through Kenyan universities, and some of it from international universities. Project selection, and we're only highlighting a few here. Project selection, how are you projecting, how are you selecting this project that will benefit from this fund, from the innovation funding framework? Okay, this needs to be clear. So there need to be clear guidelines, there need to be clear, a clear scorecard, let me put it that way, clear scorecard that shows, or rather, that one has to meet in order to qualify for this funding. Budget management, both of the fund as well as the projects that are benefiting from this fund. Okay, this has to be very clear, and funds must be used for the intended purpose. Performance monitoring is also profoundly important. You monitor the performance and provide feedback. Reporting and transparency, donor agencies as well as philanthropists and all those that are putting funding into that funding framework need to know exactly how their money is being used. So that also becomes extremely important, that we're able to report to our donors and funders of how the money is being used. Why are we doing all this? This is all done in order to support innovators that are coming out of the university. Okay? Innovators need to be supported within a structured framework. A structured framework that has less bureaucracy. So there isn't much bureaucratic processes to be followed, but it is a transparent process. If one applies, I think we went to one of the universities, which I shall not name here, one or two universities, they have a very transparent application process. So if once an application goes in, the applicant can actually trace, this is where it is, this is where it is, it has been approved, and funds are dispersed. All that is, very, very clear and transparent. Collaboration is extremely important as well, how you're collaborating with industry and maintaining those relationships. Experimentation, once again, is extremely important, allowing the innovators to iterate in the development of their project. Entrepreneurship has to be encouraged. One of the universities we went to, again, is encouraging innovation across the full spectrum of university disciplines. That is also something. That also encourages interdisciplinary collaboration within the innovators at the university. Yeah? So instead of having a team of engineers only, you can have a team of, that is comprised of the other disciplines of the university. I will stop there and say thank you very much for listening. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Just clarification. Who are these angel investors? Are there devil investors if we have angel investors? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I'm tempted to say there could be devil investors, but angel investors, there's a question there as well. Angel investors refers to investors that are on the scene, ready and willing to provide support to up-and-coming innovators. Okay, so they don't have many strings attached, but are willing to come and provide that assistance. And usually these are individuals. They appear on the scene like angels. Usually individuals as opposed to corporates. Thank you.
Because they are angels, they are not freebies, right? They have definitely some stake in it, some percentage of capital investment.
Yes, indeed.
And they would want to have returns at the end of the day. Do they pull out at the end of the day? Maybe you want to take on that? Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you very much for that contribution. Yes, that is very true. Angel investors want to take a stake in the startup. And they will run for a period and they intend to come out with an increased stake. An increased value compared to what they put in. So thank you very much.
Mine is a comment. There was something you were saying, the benefits. I just want to add to what I think is some of the benefits an institution will get when there's an innovation or something the institution is commercialized. We always want to have attachments, student attachment. We send our students to get attached to industry. When an institution has got a lot of spin-offs or startups, especially those that they let go fly out, naturally they are attached to that institution probably for good. So anytime you have students you want to go and get attachment, they go there. You may also need support from them. When a company flourishes and came off from the institution, chances are that when you need funding or sponsorship for a conference like this, they will feed back and they may be excited even just to do that.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Yes, indeed. I think that speaks to collaboration and the benefits of collaboration. And this all comes about if the innovation funding framework, which by recommendation could be housed under the Innovation Hub, is very serious about cultivating these relationships, securing funding, and promoting its innovators. So one of the benefits would be placements of the innovators or other students from the universities into these organizations so that they can acquire the skills, but also get to practice what they need to practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Wiriki Kiula. I did mention my name earlier. Helping in medical innovation at Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. Now, I don't know in your research if you came across the bridge between a public entity with a budget for innovations, where these innovations, quote unquote, come out more as private entities, and how were they managing this transfer of funds? You want to fund this innovator to do their prototyping, but this money is coming from the exchequer and it's getting to a private hand. How are they managing that ecosystem? And how are they able to navigate through the public procurement, public financial reporting, and all the others? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. We did not come across that specific situation. However, my understanding and insights from this exercise are that universities are able to allocate certain kind of funding for innovation. And once that fund is allocated, it is administered by the policies and requirements of the university. So how the university then reports to the other authorities is another matter. But if they are investing to innovators, I think it's understandable as to how those funds are being used and for what purpose. The rest of the guidelines, I think, are very clear on how institutions can report or account for those funds. As far as private institutions are concerned, I think things are a bit, or rather let me say, not as stringent as public investors would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis Maloba, for the good insight about financing and innovation. I'm Dr. Shadrach Mule from University of Kabianga, an innovator, and I would like to ask a very pertinent question on financing a project of this type. The innovator like myself have gone through the process. I have the minimum viable product, and I would like to commercialize. But now getting audience of the investors is where the problem comes in. How do we connect with the investors? How can we sell now our minimum viable products to investors and also ensure we buy their investment into our projects? That is where, as investors, we get a real problem out of it. I know they will come in, they would like to have some percentage of the investment in terms of equity, but also the equity they would like to have, the percentage is so prohibitive. Kindly, can you tell us what we can do as a potential businessmen in this ecosystem? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see the moderator looking at me here. Perhaps signaling time is up.
That's the last question you're responding to before we proceed to the panel session.
Thank you very much. That's the last question I'll respond to. The question speaks to securing funding on the part of innovators. It's a little different from the topic of my presentation. I think I was focusing on establishing innovation funding frameworks within universities. But to answer the question, to find these investors is to go where they are. And where are these investors? Sometimes they are in conferences such as these ones. So keep an eye out to find out where these conferences are happening and what kind of people will be there. Conduct your background research and step into these conferences confidently introducing yourselves and try to secure an appointment where you can showcase your kind of innovation. Apart from such conferences, we know by a Google search you can find several kinds of firms that are out there and that are willing to make these investments. So Victoria Ventures is one of them. I think I always mention that. Victoria Ventures is one of them that you could contact, and they can put you in touch with angel investors as well as other investors that might be interested in your innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dennis. A round of applause to Dennis Maloya. Thank you for setting pace and introducing us to the afternoon session of finance and innovation. Thank you very much. I think that was not enough justice for the round of applause to him for the work that is actually done. You know, our presentation is interesting when we have a lot of questions that are actually flocking in, and I see a lot of people that are still raising your hands, but don't worry, we still have the rest of the afternoon to be able to respond to those questions. He was just setting pace to it, and I would like to introduce us to the next part of this afternoon, which is a panel session that will be led by none other than Ian Lorenzen, who is Executive Director and Partner for Growth Africa. A round of applause to Ian as it comes on stage. And interestingly, what he's going to talk about is a very good question that we're going to hear what the opportunities are in the market. And the question is, are there sufficient funding opportunities and frameworks to foster commercialization and entrepreneurship in pursuit of job and wealth creation? What are the hooks that are attached to it? Thank you very much. And we have Ian that's going to guide us at least for the next 40 minutes in the discussion of really finding out how the industry or the ecosystem looks like in terms of financing. Thank you very much, Ian, and on to you. Can I have the other roaming mic, apparently?
Super. So I'd like to just immediately invite my panelists onto the stage as well. So Rose Dutt, please join. Amalati, please join. Professor Levan, please join. And I was very excited this morning because if this was an investment conference, we actually had a lot of money in the room. Because normally if this was an investment conference, when we talk about VCs, that would be venture capital. So we should actually have a room full of monies, but I realized that was not the case. So we have almost the flip side of that. So yes, I will let each of the panelists introduce themselves very briefly in a way that they would like to be introduced. So if you could mention your name, and then just a short one thing that you're curious about at the moment in terms of how do we fund research to commercialization. So one thing that is on your mind in terms of curiosity. And if we start with you, Rose, with my gender lens on, so we get a good female representation from the start.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Ian. Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Rose Dodd. I work at Ashesi University, and I lead the Education Collaborative Network. It's a network of higher education institutions in sub-Saharan Africa that are working together towards improving student outcomes. Predominantly through improving their the systems that impact the lives of the students or that impact the journey of the student through their system, right? So improving on teaching and learning, management, leadership of the institutions. What am I curious about? I was actually chatting with Amma and I was asking, is it possible for institutions, because I work with higher education institutions, to collaboratively manage one innovation fund versus each university having their own? I know it sounds like out of the box, but I just, it's something that popped in my mind as I was hearing the initial presentation.
Super. I'm sure we'll get back to this collaborative effort. Professor Laban.
Thank you. My name is Laban Ahiro, the VC Daystar, Nairobi. My background is heavily education, but I then digressed and went into business management because I realized that nothing happens without a business mind. Whether you are running a church or a hospital or even your home, business is central. What puzzles me, what frustrates me, is in my numerous travels out there, I visit countries, I visit states, and I keep coming back home and asking myself, why are we not able to run our institutions sustainably? Even if just if you walk to Minneapolis, where we have our funding office, every path is curb road. And I go with my shoes from here and I come back, I'll not have polished them for a day, and I'm there for about 4 weeks. And then when I come home, even in my own university, I ask many questions and inside myself. And what drives me is that I want us to be different. I want us to be different. In the little space I'm in, I want to show that we can run things sustainably. Thank you.
That was a very powerful introduction. Thanks a lot. Now that's a challenge on you to kind of match that.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Amalati, and I lead an organization called Impact Investing Ghana. Impact Investing Ghana does research. We're a field-building organization trying to increase the amount of money that is invested in ways that have impact. And so what we do is research to identify what are the things that prevent money from flowing to the places where it can have the most impact. And then we come together with others, sometimes universities like the ones in the room, to come up with solutions to some of those gaps. So for example, one of the gaps that we're working on is unlocking pension funding. In Kenya, there's over $11 billion of pension funding. In Ghana, it's about $5 billion. And in Ghana, most of it is invested in government treasuries. So the question is, how do we unlock these long-term savings in ways that protects the pension client and actually secures a very good return for them and develops our economy and delivers jobs? So that's something we're trying to solve with pension funds and many others. So that's, for me, is the thing that is keeping me curious. How do we take hold of some of the opportunities to fill some of the gaps that would deliver, the companies that can do cost-efficient landscaping and cleaning services across our cities, and do it in a way that protects the future of not just young people, but old people, the whole community.
Super, and I think that gives a good segue into a little bit the warm-up question. I would say where the entrepreneurs always talk about the minimal viable product, then maybe we should have the most viable finance. So if we were to look at then, what are the kind of the funding and financing opportunities that you see, Ama, in terms of, let's say, entrepreneurs and innovators?
Thank you, Ian. I think the previous presentation shared an overview of some of the available funding. So if you have a research product and you are just figuring out if it has commercial value, you can only get grant funding. Now let's think about ourselves. If you've been a professor for many years and you've saved up, say, $100,000, and you want to invest that in a way to get a return, would you give it to your student who is figuring out if an idea will work? Probably not. You would want something more secure. So it's always good for us to put ourselves in the shoes of investors. These are people who have gone to someone else, like a pension fund, and collected their money, signed an agreement with all sorts of punitive clauses around how the money is to be returned, and now is looking across Kenya, looking for the best investments they can make within the mandates they were given. So as you are funding, eventually you may look attractive to an investor, but it takes a while. At the beginning, it will be grant funders, people who believe in impact, who see promise in what you're doing. Then as you go further along, you also need to put in your own money. So many times investors want to see how much, if the entrepreneur really believes in this idea, then, or if they really have a good character, then some uncle, some friend, they themselves will put in some money because they believe in them. So that category, we call them family, friends, and fools. People who are excited about new ideas, or they don't understand what you're doing, but they love you, or they trust you, and so they give you money. So then, as you go further along, we talked about angel investors. These are individuals who have a lot of disposable income. Many times they invest in sectors they understand. So for example, I've been head of Coca-Cola East Africa, and I understand the business. Then I meet a young startup coming out of the University of Nairobi who has an interesting solution in logistics for fast-moving consumer goods. And because of my understanding, I can see the business opportunity. So I decide to put in $50,000 and mentor this person so that I bring my network and we take the business together because I have experience. So most angels are like that. They are investing in things they understand, not just putting in money, but also mentoring and putting in networks. We need more angels in Africa. More of us professionals who really understand different fields need to come alongside the more risk-taking, energetic young people and take businesses to scale. And then finally, you have the proper investor, the venture capital, and you can see that that person has options. They are looking for the best companies that they can find. And then for more established companies that have cash flow, you have bank financing. For the bank, they want to know you have cash flow or you have collateral. They really don't care about your innovative growth, etc., because they are regulated. So the central bank, it's our money that is in the bank, and the central bank does not allow them to take depositors' money and give it to someone without any security. So no matter how many appeals we make to them, they are constrained by regulation. So this is sort of, in Africa, a general overview of the different categories that you have when you think of funding for innovation.
And Professor, we're then going on to what does that funding landscape look like from a university perspective, which is, of course, a very different one. And I appreciate that you separate between funding and investment. So we don't think that everything is investment. So not to shy off that there couldn't be investment into a university landscape as well. But I'd love to hear your perspectives.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think when it comes to funding opportunities and frameworks for universities, particularly in Africa, we have a whole set of shops we can go to if we're looking for funding. Starting with our own government, we must appreciate that our government, the national treasuries, fund the universities, even as private universities, because they bring their students whom they then send grants. We also have private sector, the corporate sponsorship. There is also the public-private partnerships. We have international funding, the EU, AID, and many others. I was just looking at some of them. But we also have university-driven initiatives, and this is where I would like us to really anchor our discussion around entrepreneurs. Where do you get money from? There are university-driven initiatives which can reach out and give seed grants to these young men and women, or even to our faculty who are engaged in any kind of research, innovation, and down the line commercialization. I've also seen most of our universities get research grants and scholarships. And within that pocket of grants and scholarships, you should be encouraging research then that will allow these people to do innovations along the way as they're doing their research. And then we have many training programs, training and development programs. I know, for example, AID in Kenya, the Americans generally don't believe in brick and mortar, but they will spend a lot of money in capacity development. So we need to be aware, and within that capacity development, we can engage in funds that people can use to do those ideas they want to innovate around. But for me, if you ask me, then why are we not taking advantage of these opportunities? I think all these funds have hooks. I think that's the second part. They have hooks to it, and maybe we'll discuss that later. But we have opportunities. We can exploit them, we can use them. I see my competitor in Nairobi, Strathmore University. Strathmore University is a very good example of, being very entrepreneurial and getting a lot of grants and scholarships. They are in the energy sector, solarization, and yet when I look at Strathmore, you're not seeing acres of solar panels, but they're in it. They're in agribusiness, value addition. So I think we have many opportunities, and we can be bold enough to risk and allow the young men and women who have ideas to flourish in our universities. Thank you.
Yeah, and I almost want to be now you started with the appetizer here in terms of, so what are some of the challenges that you see immediately in terms of how to access these funds? So you're kind of already alluding to it, but let's perhaps get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
So for you, Rose, I have a little bit, now that Prof's talking about, what did you call it, shops of funding. So you almost should be sitting in a supermarket, because by the virtue of that collaborative effort you're working on, I could almost imagine that must be a little bit of either a very big shop. So what are the kind of funding that you see for that maybe a little bit of that collaborative effort that you're working on?
So I think to, just almost building from where Prof left off, there is the fact that higher education institutions or universities, right, having access to these funds is something they have to develop. Just getting the access is, you have to sort of develop the ability, the capacity or the capability to identify, nurture, and then access big grants, big funding, right? Even the example that Prof used, Strathmore University, there's an entire office that is dedicated to, identifying opportunities, building those relationships, nurturing them, and then, raising the funding through them, right? So that's one area that through a network such as ours, institutions are able to build that capacity by learning from each other. Because then the network sort of breaks down that competitive wall, those walls, and opens it up. Because like the topic of our session is saying, is there enough funding? There actually is enough funding out there. It's about how we learn to access those funding, right? And then I think in addition to some of what Prof mentioned, there's also funding through alumni. Alumni usually know what's happening in the university, right? They know, they have some kind of brand loyalty. They probably trust that the entrepreneurial professors took the students through some really good processes, etc. So sometimes institutions can develop angels from their alumni, right? But then one of the ways to do that is to ensure, try to expose the alumni to the ideas that are coming out from, the students or the research activities of the university.
Super, and I think alumni is definitely one of these things that we always hear about, I think, especially in the US. It's not as strong either in Europe, I'd say. What efforts are you working on to help the university you work with the alumni agenda? Because it's also hard once you lose and you have the database in an Excel sheet and you don't really know what to do. Mm-hmm. Any examples, anything you can inspire the audience with in terms of what could be done?
Yeah, so the thing of alumni is, it's a process, right? There's a ton of examples or research out there that will show you. Alumni may not be at the stage to give back to the university or even invest as an angel for several years after they graduate, right? However, you have to figure out a way to keep the alumni connected and engaged, involved in the institution in those years. It could be 10 years, 20 years. But even in the first year of graduation, keeping that, I don't know what I should say, that hook, right, in that alumni out there, tracking their progress in industry, and then consistently collecting data to identify where they are and where their interests are, would allow an institution to invite alumni for specific things, right, to connect them and kind of garner their interests with certain specific ideas, entrepreneurial ideas of students or researchers. So I think that's one of a very specific, action that institutions can take. And it takes deliberate planning, with different classes of alumni and planning how alumni engagements target alumni of different year groups.
So, Professor, if we were to go back and say, so do you see, and if you do see, which I kind of assume you do, that there are gaps that is kind of preventing or holding back funding from both corporate partners, you could say, development partners and government as well? What would be those gaps that you see?
Yeah, thank you very much. But I would like to add something to the alumni. I think, at least what I've discovered from Daystar, is that alumni must feel good about their mother. So it is the experience that they went through that hooks them to the university. And so now we have a strategy to make sure that every student going through the university
has the best of experiences within our own limited resources. So a lot of alumni struggle a lot to come back, leave alone to give, because of the experiences they had when they were in our universities. But I think as we look at all these shops where we can go and get funding for our young entrepreneurs, the main problem, and I want to emphasize this, is accountability and reporting. The accountability and reporting requirements of these funds limits us in many ways. Before I thought, why should I put people in the fundraising office? Until I went to a university called Taylor University in Illinois. Taylor University is a very small university of 2,000 people, but the alumni office had 50 members of staff. Yes, and they're raising billions of shillings. It's a whole, system, ecosystem of tapping into every alumni, every organization, every funding agency. So, but what does that mean? You must have a very high accountability and reporting requirements or mechanism to convince people. Then there is, the speaker who was there before talked about matching funds. And it's an idea that I must admit I was not aware, I was not conscious of until I got myself into a situation, and this is a real situation. In my fundraising efforts in the US, I met an old couple who give money to two institutions only, Salvation Army and Daystar University. And they said we had 20 acres, we have put it into plots, and we are selling, and we want to give this money to Daystar first. But this money is supposed to make sure no student fails to graduate because of fees. So it's there for students doing their PhD, master's, undergraduate. It's called the Sheffers, after the couple. But they said, we would like to have a matching fund. And we don't want it to be 50-50. Even if every dollar we give you, you are able to raise a cent, we just want to see matching funds. So what did they do? They actually gave me the equivalent of 50 million Kenya shillings and put it in a fund. It's in Nairobi. Trying to get alumni to wake up to this reality of matching funds. Can you help us do a matching fund so that they are, at least they're seeing money going in? And they're saying, we want this money to run in perpetuity. When we are dead, people will still benefit from this grant. It is such a hard thing to do, to get matching funds. So now I've decided to think out of the box. I've gone to see Churchill, and we're going to have a big show, and everybody will be invited for dinner from 1,000 to 5,000 shillings so that we can match. And they have challenged me, the couple have challenged and said, if we see even 20% matching fund effort, we are going to give you another 100 million equivalent Kenya shillings into the account. So the matching fund phenomenon is very challenging. Nobody wants to give you money when they're not seeing the effort that you are doing yourself. I think the other area is, of course, I sometimes feel the short time frameworks for project implementation is such a challenge. It's a big challenge for us, and some of the partners get very tired as we go along. And of course, there is political, for my brothers in public institutions, there is political and institutional support, not just from the politicians out there, but politicians within. You need to manage all those if you're going to have these funds coming through so that we can create more entrepreneurs, we can do commercialization and entrepreneurship in our universities. Thank you.
I think this is phenomenal because the math would be in favor that the alumni would be a machine. If you say that you graduated 10,000 students, they each contribute 500 shilling or $5, then clearly the math is already on a good roll. And yet, it's as you say, it's not as easy as we think. And I think you're actually on point with this emotional attachment.
Yeah.
And then there's probably the rational money that comes in at a later stage when it's a bigger amount. To bring that a little bit into next year, Amma, then I'm a bit curious to hear, so in terms of there are these existing infrastructure with incubators, accelerators, and other institutions that are trying to support and help entrepreneurs. So in terms of what would you say are kind of the role that universities and institutions in the research space could play to further support and build out the resourcing of these organizations? Now, how do we foster more of a collaboration in what sometimes perhaps could be perceived or actually is a bit of a siloed world?
Thank you, Ian. I think the first thing to think about is that you need to begin to speak to funders once you have an idea on a napkin about doing anything entrepreneurial in your university. Because they will tell you right from the beginning what works for them, what won't work for them, and enable you to tailor your program in a way that allows them to engage. So let's say you have an innovation lab or you have a TTO office and you are planning to work with venture capital firms. Go to the National Association of Venture Capital Firms in your country. There are regional networks, and begin to engage them as thought partners, asking the question, how can we partner effectively with you? We did a research that looked at funding that was supposed to be catalytic. And most organizations, whether universities or others, sat in rooms like this and designed programs that were supposed to unlock funding from the private sector without talking to the private sector. And then run the programs, and when the private sector didn't come trooping in, then the question becomes why? But right from the idea stage, we need to be talking to funders. We need to be talking to alumni. And you also sometimes need to think of it as a sales effort. So if you think of sales, you need a pipeline. You need a pipeline, and the pipeline, if you are selling something, if any of you have sold, you will talk to 10 customers and you'll get one. So let's say you talk to 10 alumni and you get one. It means you need a database of alumni. You need to understand what's the benefit for them. Human beings are rationally motivated. What's the benefit for the incubator? What's the benefit for the university? And how do I create a program that is obviously a good benefit? Because that organization, just like mine, has challenges, has aspirations, and so we're looking for win-win solutions. And the best way is just to ask them, to ask a lot of questions. So bring them in. Once a vice chancellor invites them, they're very likely to show up, and ask them, this is who we are. We want to understand who you are. What are your motivations? What keeps you up at night? How have you thought of working with a university, etc.? And from those engagements, that is where those innovative opportunities will arise. And these may be opportunities to jointly fundraise. These may be opportunities to work with your alumni. These may be opportunities to actually host parts of their operation on your campus so you can derive some benefit from their interactions.
Super, and I think there's also perhaps one of the things that kind of underlies in what both of you have been sharing is that we could look at alumni as both the individual, but also the individual working with a corporate, which is then that other dimension that suddenly can unlock something much bigger and much more. So perhaps rolling it back then, I'd be curious to hear what is the things that we still need to work on in terms of how we create a better connection between the work that accelerators and incubators are doing that are perhaps a bit more market-driven, market-led, and then the research to commercialization that we're seeing on the other side. What are the things that we still can and need and should be working on, and which we perhaps then should ask for funding for in a part of strengthening our system? I don't know who of you will pick that first. Don't fight, please.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So from what I have seen in different universities, Ashesi University mine being an example, I think one of it is the match, right? Because often incubators have different variety or different companies in different life stages, right? And then there's the commercialization bits, right? So figuring out that match, right? At what point is a company ready to move to that stage to be commercialized, and making sure that it's the right company at the right time, so that the investors that are coming on board are really getting value for it. Additionally, I think one of the other things is on building capacity for, I guess, reporting, tracking, keeping data, because it's possible that investors may come or engage multiple years, right, just to see your track record of, the companies that are coming out, or the research that is coming out, before making a certain decision to put money in it, right? And that requires that institutions would have built a very strong, record of tracking, reporting, keeping data of the companies and the innovations that come through their incubators.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think I alluded to that earlier on, but I think impact metrics and evaluation is very, very critical. And when you try to apply for a grant, or when you approach a donor or a philanthropist, they want your track record. They want, what project have you done successfully, for example, for us to be able to put our money in this project. We have, all of us in our universities are very, very sharp and innovative minds. When I see my students in the computer science program, they are so innovative. But we get stuck when now you need to move them to the next level to come out with that innovation. But even then, you begin to ask who would be interested in this, and they come back and they want to see which metrics can you demonstrate from your university. Even having managed a program successfully, like a World Bank program or a UNICEF program, or any foundation program that you manage well. So my take is that that's a very dangerous hook. It's a very important hook for us to be careful. Anytime you have a small project, please ensure that the metrics and the evaluation are in place. But I wanted to mention that in all this, it's about relationships. So we really have to value the relationships we create as institutions. I was talking to your colleagues from your university yesterday, and that university is assuming a very strong global presence. And when you trace where it has come from, it's one individual who knew how to cultivate relationships and build trust. So even locally, by the way, a lot of our big entrepreneurs or the big corporates are now willing to put in some money in the area of CSR, corporate social responsibility, but the bigger hook is around accountability, reporting, and also your metrics around evaluation of your projects. So again, this is an example I want to give. It has taken me 3 years to build a relationship with Chandaria, the business magnate. 3 years. And I don't want to say what has been happening. Anytime he wanted to go to the prisons to look at his projects, I would be there. And he finds me there. I get there very early. And then when he invites me for coffee, I arrive there 1 hour at his house earlier. Until very recently, you know, he was writing a book, his biography. And he said, I want you to be the editor. Huge book. I read that book page by page. So after the launch, before the launch, he said, you see, you know, VC, I think now we can work with you. I want to put up an innovation center at Daystar. So it takes a lot of effort to get into this area because you want to give your students that advantage. How would they innovate if they don't have the basic infrastructure and environment for them to work? So it's a journey. It can't be done overnight, but there are many examples like the university in Ghana here that we can learn from as we move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, and Rose, so you were starting to move into the data perspective. So seeing that there's been some would say significant, others would say at least increased investment into the research to commercialization. What evidence would there be to kind of show the impact of this effort? And what kind of metrics would or could be used to measure and to showcase that we are making progress?
I think I can start, and I'm sure Amma will have more to add on that. But I think it's like it's a pipeline, right? So even though investment is going into the research commercialization space, I don't think the only metric is that there are businesses that have received the funding and, you know, given. That's not the only, because it's a pipeline, right? So then the metrics will come along that pipeline, right? From, you know, how the university itself is entrepreneurial in developing the students, through to when they get into the incubator, what types of businesses are there, how do they move through the channels, and where do you put them in, right? To the actual mechanisms that helps to, that should I say, mentors the innovators, teams, to set up business, actual business, right? Who's leading the business? Who's the CEO? Who's the CIO? Who's the CTO? You know, is it the inventor, or is it that the inventor is not really a leader, so there should be another role? You know, those are also metrics, right? Because you could set up those teams that may not necessarily get funded in the first round or second round, you know, of funders coming in, but would in different at different times. So I think that the metrics would be along the entire chain.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of you have it. I'll throw a little bit of spanner into the works just to make it easier for you. So there's also a risk that we always look at funding or investment as the one criteria for success.
So Ian, at the end of the day, what we want is impact. And sometimes if you think of it in terms of, oh, I want this metric, or I want to tell this story, you sort of lose your way. So if what we want is impact, which is that our students come out with skills to deliver in the world and with products and services that add value, and the research done by our faculty is able to have impact in the world, then sometimes, especially because we're an early stage market, you need to orchestrate early success instead of being caught up in metrics, because it's going to be almost impossible. You have not done any IP in your university. How do you then begin to track number of businesses? Like, it's zero. So I'm thinking of orchestrating successes, like one case in Ghana where it was a research institution that was breeding unique varieties. There was a business, Diageo, which owned the brand Guinness, that wanted to replace imported barley with sorghum. So the research challenge was to breed a variety of sorghum with the characteristics that would allow it to be used in the fermentation process for Guinness. It needed funding, so they brought a venture fund of funds called the Venture Capital Trust Fund, a government fund of funds, with the business that was an off-taker, with a technical support partner, TechnoServe, that was working with farmers, with the research institution that needed to breed. So it all began with doing research to have a product that worked. So sometimes as a university, you need to look at the researchers you have, the innovations, and actually orchestrate a commercialization story like this, rather than begin to pound the pavement looking for innovation financing to work with students. Because the truth is that if you look at the data, most student businesses fail. Most businesses in general fail. 90% of startup companies will fail. And so if the metric you're tracking is number of students who have businesses, and you don't look at the data about new business failure rates, you'll be beating yourself on the head because they don't know how to run a business, so of course they are going to fail. But many of them will go on to a second business or will join another business. And so those are better numbers to track because they are the numbers that reality shows us is possible, unless your students are immune to the laws of gravity. They are so special that somehow their path will not be the same as the path of entrepreneurs across the world who have been studied. So I would say let's take a pragmatic view to some of these things rather than try and replicate what is happening in someone else's institution. We have, universities are run by very smart people, and if we take a pragmatic view, we will orchestrate some great successes of commercialization, learn from them, and begin to grow from there.
Super, I could hear some panel beating coming up there. I hope that's not me. So Prof, I have a last question for you, and I think we'll open up the floor for a few questions, and then we'll look at the timekeepers and just check up on how we are. So if we're looking at a little bit more high level, more bit strategic level, what is it then that universities and research organizations and policymakers can do to kind of foster a more integrated ecosystem, where we really are trying not just to attract more funding, but also ensure the effective use, and I think you mentioned that in some of your opening remarks, in this sustainability as well, that also makes sure that we have something that builds beyond the initial funding. And I think also rightly use the word catalytic, and we know that funders always love to be catalytic, and it's always harder to be the one to come next in line. But what's your thoughts in terms of what those strategic actions could be that universities and research institutions could take?
Yeah, thank you. I think, Neil, we, through Kenya, did the institutional evaluation using the maturity framework. And it was obvious all of us are clustered in emerging institutions. None of us are on the other end of the band. So I agree with my colleagues. It might be, you might not have much to measure in terms of impact. But I'm convinced that there is something to measure about the level of intrapreneurship in an organization. How much of entrepreneurship is going on inside that institution? That should be a good indicator of where we are going. And with the workings with Kenya, we are hoping that next year when they come to do the next evaluation, we will have moved up the road and also the training we are going through here. So it's important for us to appreciate that, but what strategies must we take? We must create an entrepreneurial environment within our institutions. So we must, for example, I've seen now several universities have started a directorate of research, innovation, commercialization, and entrepreneurship. So you're actually bringing this in the vogue of the university. When you do the next strategic plan, that directorate is given activities and funding, and I'm sure with time, we will move up the scale, the maturity framework scale. But it is important that as leaders of institutions and as the heads of departments, directors, deans, that we begin to ask ourselves, how much of entrepreneurship can I bring in my space of working? And I think that can be a good indicator, and it will be our starting point as we move along. Thank you.
I love that. I think it's also leading by example. I think that's almost how I would phrase that. Fantastic. So I think we'll just open the floor for some questions. So raise by hand, anybody? Any burning questions, please don't get on fire. You will do that.
Thank you for a great panel. I'm glad it was really good to hear all of you being very cognizant that has to happen in terms of human resource in order to do some of this work around engaging with partners that are external to the university. And I would say for me, having worked as a director of partnerships that was supposed to support University Connect with the industry, I would say that even hearing VCs coming to a realization that that's a resource that needs to be fully invested in for you to actually be able to successfully fundraise, that is like those things that you're talking about, early steps of sort of like impact within the university. To my now comment, there's a question that Ian asked all of you around how do we ensure that the work that is happening in the university connects with work that's happening in the broader entrepreneurial ecosystem. I feel like one of the things that we will have to figure out as a sector is how to bridge those two worlds. For us to start seeing a lot more commercialization happening for people that want to probably follow a pathway that will lead them to accessing money from VCs and etc. But now the fundamental thing that we need to start thinking about as a sector is what programs, models do exist within the market to help bridge that. And if they don't exist, are accelerators, what are we doing with accelerators and incubators to build their capacity around working with research-based innovators? Because for some of them, the work that goes into supporting them might not be something that is financially viable to the accelerator. They may opt to work with other people. But if we want that bridging, then we really need to strategically think about that piece. And on the university side, if we see, for example, enough value in capacitating the technology transfer office to play that role, what are quick strategic opportunities that we could provide to technology transfer offices to expose them to the industry? Is it, for example, them taking a bit of, I do not want to call it internship, but sort of like shadowing in an accelerator for a period of time that is working with entrepreneurs that are scaling, for them to get that skill and bring it back to the university. So it would be interesting to see some of the models that will develop around that area to actually help bridge that, to fully bridge that sort of like system. And if people have ideas of how that would look like, I'm really willing to hear and see what that could look like. Because Lemelson Foundation, as one of the sponsors of the conference, is really interested in seeing what do we need to do to bridge both worlds so that we can effectively create a pathway that enables university research to fully commercialize and move from university through to the market.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take a few questions, allow the panelists to respond, and then come back to the last set of few questions before we end this panel discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know whether mine is a question or a contribution. Listening carefully to what is being discussed this afternoon, I feel that somewhere along the line, within the context of looking for investment, the narrative should change. And if we use the narrative within the construction industry, particularly the building construction, for investment or looking for investor to invest in property development and that kind of thing in our communities, they require certain information to be able to put the money in. One, the place where the building is taking place or the complex is taking place, Who are the people that are going to rent this property when it's built? Is it going to be the off-plan sale or something like that? If 80% of what you're going to develop is already signed off, it's easier to attract investment. Now, let's bring that thought back into innovation, right? If I'm developing a product and I'm not able to prove to an investor that it has got a market, right? And how much is the market, and what percentage this product is going to take in the market, and who are going to be the possible users, so that at least there is that confidence to say, if I put in 20 million, I know I'm going to get this within 6 months or 3 months or 3 years, because the market has been has been defined already, and they are ready for it. And I don't think that will be a problem for any rich man in this world to put money in such a product, right? And so that is what I'm saying. And I have got 3 products already in the market that I never even asked for investment, because the market was there and people are using it, right? The second thing that I also want to say, and I think Amma and Rose alluded to that, from the ideation stage, when we are in ideation stage, we also do market validation. And that is where we can bring in possible users or buyers to look at what you're trying to do, and then co-design in the next stage. Because after the market validation, you go to co-designing. And then you co-design with a possible user, either in terms of adding it to its normal channels or creating diversification in his business. And then you put the money in because it is helping them to grow. So they are with you right from ideation to the end. And so this thinking needs to be part of our university this day. And I'm saying this because a master student of mine came to me with an idea of changing the way people buy clothing or apparel, and not going to Woolworth or ShopRite or any other place to buy a dress that when he goes to a funeral, he sees 200 people wearing the same thing. Because in an African context, wearing a dress also gives you an identity or defines your identity. And so when we started looking at this, we went to one of the leading retail shops, and he says, guys, if you bring this to the market, I will lose business. So why don't I take over this product you want to develop as part of my channel? And that is how the investment came in. So we need to understand that at the university, whatever we're doing, let us target a market. Let it be a market-driven approach, so that there is always money available to be able to go into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like us to be very cautious of time, because we have a lot of people that would like to give comments and questions. So let's keep our questions and comments very, very brief, to make it also consumable for our panelists. Enos.
Thank you so much for those insights. I just have one question. My name is Enos. There was a conversation I had with one of the university faculty member, and he had innovated. I can't remember the product, but I was curious to understand what was his motivation. And he said he wants to be promoted. So the question now becomes, how are we picking the right motivation to really build businesses, and not just to do things in order to just get the university system going, because we need a change of system, right?
Thank you. Before we have the next participants asking a question, let's allow the panelists to respond to the few questions first. Let's allow them to respond to the first 3 questions, and then we're going to get back to you.
I can take the first one on how do we connect research to industry. So in Ghana, we have one platform called the Ghana Research Industry Collaborative. And all it does is to organize sessions where researchers present to industry, but it's targeted. So this week we had a researcher who had done research that allowed you to use a simple device and a smartphone to do field testing for cocoa and to do traceability. So for that session, the people who were in the room were cocoa buyers, chocolate manufacturers, people who are trying to get EU certification and need to be able to demonstrate traceability, the Ghana Cocoa Board that is regulating the sector, people like that, people who have a great interest in that specific research. And the researcher before was from the beverage industry and using a root called the tiger nut. And from his presentation, 8 businesses expressed interest in collaborating with him. 7 are still actively engaging with him, and the platform was able to connect him and the businesses with government financing that is coming through the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation for technology transfer. So sometimes platforms like that aren't super complicated. These are virtual presentations, and we do work with the researchers to simplify their work, to focus on the outcomes, conclusions, what does this thing do? We simplify the research titles, take out scientific terms, etc., so that it's a fun, easy presentation. But apart from that, it's just a Zoom call. We work with a researcher to identify which industries would find your findings interesting. And then using networks and Google searches, we just list all the organizations, find their heads, write formally to them, and the participation has been really high. So those can be baby steps that any institution takes to begin to make those connections, whether it is with industry in general. In this case, we've had incubators show up, businesses show up, we've had regulators show up and be very interested in some of the findings. And so sometimes you need to just try something and see how it works before investing a lot of time and money into formal partnerships, which can become very, especially because you're a university and it's complicated, formal partnerships become very difficult to execute. So maybe more entrepreneurial, informal, trying things out, and then when something works, you begin to build on it and you can formalize it also. So that was question 1.
Yeah, I think the rest were just observations, comments, and we welcome them. But I'm very particular about the TTOs and the human resource around there. We have put it as a major step. In fact, Kenya, the agency is going to have somebody recruited who will be our reference point from our universities. We'll be contacting through our liaison people to the TTO in Kenya. I am just wondering, I was trying to search out, what are the qualifications of a TTO? Because I think if we seriously want to move this process forward, we must have somebody in the name of a TTO in each of our 14 universities who will then relate with the one that Kenya will be having at the agency. So personally, I'm feeling empty here until I am advised which kind of person do you recruit. But it is a worthwhile starting point as you try to engage in this aspect of entrepreneurship and commercialization. Otherwise, the rest were just valuable inputs, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll just add briefly, I think on the TTOs, Prof, it's a good thing that we are engaging Daystar because, for instance, an institution in the Education Collaborative, Stellenbosch University, is very, very happy to support other institutions to learn about setting up TTOs and what it means, like what is a staff qualification, what should you consider. And they open their doors to the network and say, come and learn. They want to hold sessions on training the staff, etc. Right? So that's like one benefit, very clear benefit of being in a network like the Education Collaborative. I wanted to touch a bit on, I think someone mentioned here, Ernest also mentioned about the faculty member who had an innovation. It just reminded me of the fact that there is invention or innovation, and then there's a business, something that can be a business, right? And there could be so many inventions and so many innovations that may not get to that point of, business. But there could also be some that may not be carried to that point by the innovator or by the inventor, but by another team or another group, right? So I think it usually would be, especially if it's something for promotion, then it means it's going somewhere. It's being presented somewhere. It's being shown somewhere. Maybe it's being filed away somewhere. So it's also sort of up to the institution to have a mechanism to determine what might be potentially, possible to move along, and what kind of team does that. Yeah, wanted to just add that.
Thank you. Ian, do you want to say something?
No. Depending how much time we have.
Yes. So we're only going to take 2 last questions. We still have tea break, and I think we can have a lot of these conversations over during the networking session. Part of the main reasons as to why we're convening in such spaces is the partnership, networking, and collaboration, right? Which can actually be taken beyond the panel discussions in the room. So I'm hoping we can still keep these very interesting conversations, questions, and comments over tea break and even during tomorrow's networking session. So let's have 2 last questions for the panelists to respond before we end this session. Yes, please.
Okay, Dr. Solomon Omwoma, tea officer for Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University. Mine is more or less a comment. Very fast, the area of alumni is quite a green area for us, and the universities have not invested much in it. Most of the time, if you talk of the alumni, they want to look at the lawyer who has graduated, the doctor who has graduated, where is he? But we fail to realize that they start with us here, then they go to alumni. So we don't capture them here. We don't create a record for them here. We don't create a space for them here such that when they get outside, they're able to come back to us. Specifically then, what can universities offer to the alumni? Because most of the time, we want them to bring us something. But what are we giving them? What are we providing to motivate them to come back? Why should they come back? So I was looking at this area in terms of why can't we look at things like providing free legal advice, to our alumni? Why don't we look at things like arranging get-togethers for them, giving them our facilities for them to use for the get-togethers, giving them, for example, access to our facilities, to use our buses, to use our, once they have something to come back for, they will definitely come back for. And the time to get them is when they are in 4th year. Tell them, this is what we can offer, register with us, and we can be able to do. It's quite a green market that universities can tap in and make good money. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Last comment here. Yes.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. So I think all of these problems lie in, or can be solved by one major solution, which could be the power of communication or the power of marketing. So I look at the grassroots, being occupied by innovators. These innovators are saddled with the responsibility of development of solutions, whether market-driven, whether passion-driven. But I would like to know if it is a good idea to bring in a digitalized kind of marketing so that, a larger target audience is being addressed, through the power of digital marketing. I don't know if yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. There is Monica, somebody behind you has really been struggling to say something.
Thanks very much, Prof. Appreciate it. I just wanted to just a very quick comment staying with this theme of alumni, because indeed it's an untapped resource in many facets of the issues that we are discussing today. We know that alumni have a propensity to give back to their alma mater if they have had positive educational outcomes, if they have had a positive employment outcome, and also if there has been ongoing level of engagement. So we keep going back to the fact that a lot of the traditional universities that we are familiar with, and I know it's something that many colleagues in the room are grappling with, they have a pipeline of students coming through. The students cannot wait to get out of the university to graduate. And that issue of identity does not get addressed until perhaps year 4 or too late. So this is just a plea from me for universities to recognize. Research tells us that the alumni giving peaks around 41 years of age. So we need to be looking at how institutions invest in maintaining the interest and the identity of their alumni for 20 years before you are really going to start seeing results. I've spoken to many colleagues in the room who say, oh, we've just had a dinner, a fundraising dinner, we invited many alumni, but no one's giving money. That's not how alumni relations are being built. So just, I think, a bit of a reality check, and I'm really pleased to hear that this is a live discussion. I was fortunate enough to sit yesterday in the institution working group presentations around maturity framework assessment, where alumni is being prioritized as an area for investment because it can indeed support a lot of the outcomes that we want to see here in terms of linkages to industry, shift in the courses and the curricula by engaging alumni who have experience in different walks of life, so on and so forth. So just, I encourage all of you to keep that in mind. The other point to say is that fundraising jobs should not be just for fundraising offices or fundraising officer. Anyone from the university going out into the wide world, student, professor, administrative staff, has a responsibility, a corporate responsibility to play. And how do we shift from a fundraising office to a fundraising university? And last but not least, just the same point around long-term investments which are needed, and being ready to accept that it could take up to 20 years until you'll see returns on your investments. Thank you. Ian?
Good, then I'll just, as Emma's fighting over here, showing karate from Ghana, one last round for everyone. So I will hand you $5 million of imaginary money. What would be the two single priorities, two things that you would invest that money into if you had that money and were trying to advance the agenda of research to commercialization? And then any one quick remark you have otherwise, but that's the last round, and then we'll close off. I'll start with you, Rose.
I think I would invest that money into the industry and the university's connection for advancing research, because I think Emma mentioned this point earlier on, that there is that, the biggest need for advancing work and making profits, etc., comes from industry. And so when we connect that to the research we're doing, then we are not struggling to find that idea that works for industry, but rather, what is already needed. So that's where I would put that money. Yeah.
I think I'll put my money in entrepreneurship training across the university. Thank you.
I think I would also put the money into mapping out what research has been done already and trying to see which of them could be interesting to industry, and then sharing it immediately in whatever way possible. And then based on that exercise, then figuring out where to put in more. I would say that I totally agree that alumni engagement is a really, really interesting place to start, and that it's not as complicated as it sounds. If you think of what people want, recognition, community, a sense of purpose, and a little bit of competition, can all be things that we use to get our alumni excited. And I think about the high school I went to that has an amazing alumni giving program. It's an African high school. And the moment you enter the high school, they tell you you're special and that it's a family and you're never leaving it because they're going to collect the money from you. And so you get this sense of, I came into a family, this is just the beginning of the journey, and I will be here for a long time, right from the get-go. Then they have significant anniversaries where people are supposed to come back and give back. So 20 years is the first one, and then 25, because they realize that people have money after 20 years. And there's competition. As we sit and watch the alumni come back, all dressed up, because it's a girls' school, and they want to beat the previous year. So they will come the year who's celebrating, and the next year will come to check out what they did so that we can top it. So there's that sense of competition that keeps people, some year groups are very close, some year groups are not close, but about 15 years out of school, they'll start connecting and saying, oh my God, 20 years is almost here, we need to get organized. Who has money? And they begin to get organized because they don't want, you know how the rivalry is, they don't want their seniors to think that they didn't beat them, and they don't want the juniors to think they were crappy and didn't do a good anniversary. And so these little things over the years have created this strong competition. The money just keeps going. Like I look now, 20 years for me was quite a while ago, and I look at the amounts that the current group is raising, and I'm like, wow, how do they raise this money? But it's just the competition over the years that has, I guess the younger people are smarter, faster. They are raising a ton more than we did.
All right.
Awesome. Then I think I'm left with thanking an amazing panel. I think please show your appreciation and put your hands together for an amazing panel. And please keep the conversation going. I think there are a lot of things to continue talking about, and really hoping that we can continue to network around this. And I think one of the things that perhaps is also key here is that it's an investment into relations. And I think that's exactly what the alumni is. It is what this event is. And definitely also that we hope to continue investing into and continuing the conversations. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists as they go back to seat. That is not enough justice for the conversation that they just laid up here. I think we can do that once more as they sit. Thank you very much. So before we officially conclude this, I think we've had very interesting conversations from the speeches earlier this morning to later having the very interesting debate that we had, and to the afternoon sessions and the breakout sessions that we're actually interacting with right now. I would like to just understand, what are you feeling by the end of this day, by the end of the first day of the CEIL Summit 2024? What are you feeling? One word. Turn to your neighbor and tell your neighbor the one word that you're actually feeling right now. Turn to your neighbor, tell them how you're feeling, and make sure they actually tell you how they're feeling. Okay, can I have about 2-3 random responses about how people are feeling in the room? Energized. Anyone else? Inspired. Ian, what are you feeling? You feel energetic and you feel hopeful. You feel challenged, right? Part of the whole reason as to why we're supposed to be here is to feel inspired, to feel challenged. Do you feel that you're going to do something different the moment we go back to our institutions or private sectors? Do we? Are we saying that to ourselves or to the people around us in the room? To ourselves, right? Okay, so my hope is we've had a very interesting, enlightening, educative day and a challenging day to be able to see things, not just from a traditional way to how we are perceiving things, but to actually a different and a fresh perspective to the various intellectual conversations that we've had since morning. And to end that, I would like you to turn to your neighbor and tell them, just give them a high five and tell them this was an interesting day. When I asked you how you're feeling, you said you're feeling energetic. Can I hear energetic high fives? Tell them that you're feeling inspired. High five your neighbor and tell them, I am feeling inspired. Very energetic high five. Thank you very much. I would like to officially end this session. And before I do that, I'm going to call Ian on stage to just wrap up this session. You look like you're confused, Ian.
I mean, you've wrapped up the session. Mine is, it's a quick announcement. Let's be here early tomorrow as per the program. This very nice lady I'm looking at who said, gentle ladies and men will be having a proper presentation tomorrow morning. She might just give us her hit version of Anguka Nayo of her. So let's be early tomorrow to enjoy the session by Professor. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. And this officially marks the end of day 1 of the 2024 CEIL Summit here at Ryden Hotel, which is a pre-event for the Kenya Innovation Week. I hope to have this conversation keep going. We have tea break that is being served where we had breakfast and lunch over there. I hope you still get to network, partner, and interact. I have been your host for the day, Rukia Janwala. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.